Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Officer Candice Jernigan with Tallahassee Police Department.
Officer Jernigan, how long have you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Almost 14 years.
Okay. And what are your duties there at the police department?
I'm on patrol.
What does that mean?
It means I'm out riding around in a fully marked vehicle in uniform.
Okay. And as a, patrol officer, what kind of calls do you respond to or anything like that? Calls for service?
Calls for service, whatever I'm dispatched to, or proactively, whatever I run across, I guess.
By proactive, talking about like traffic citations or something like that?
Traffic stops, suspicious people, things like that, if I'm not dispatched to the call.
Okay. When you say dispatch to a call, what do you mean?
It means that I basically respond to my radio, so when our dispatch center receives a call from a complainant, then we get dispatched to that location.
Okay. If I can take your memory back to November 20th of 2010, were you on duty at the time, the morning of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you still a patrol officer as you are today?
I was.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to respond to 908 Saddle Creek Road? Saddle Creek Road.
Yes, sir. Run.
What was that in nature to?
A check on welfare.
What does that mean?
It means generally sometimes we get calls to check on welfares of people. Say if the complainant hasn't heard from or seen a person in so long, they have us respond to check on them, make sure they're okay, check on their welfare.
Okay. Is that address in Leon County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is that located?
That's it's in the southeast section of town, and it's the nearest cross is going to be Paul Russell and Jim Lee Road, and you head south on Jim Lee, and it runs east and west. The street does, and you make a left on Saddle Creek Run.
So that's going to be over by the fairgrounds and Capitol
Tram Road
and Tram Road and all that, 4 Points and that kind of general area.
Yes, sir.
When you arrived at, I assume you went to 908 Saddle Creek.
I did. I didn't go directly there, but more at the intersection of Jim Lee and Saddle Creek, where I met with the complainant.
Okay. And did you respond to the actual location?
I did.
Okay. Did any other officers respond?
Eventually, after me, I'd been there for a few minutes on my own.
Okay. When you first got there, what did you do?
Initially, I tried to find the complainant, and I talked to a couple of different people about what their concerns were, and they told me that there was a lot of blood on the outside of the house, and they hadn't seen the resident or her children.
Okay. And did you approach the house?
I did.
Did you wait for other law enforcement officers, or did you do it alone?
No, I did it alone.
Okay. When you approached the front door of the residence, what did you see?
As I approached the front door, I noticed there was blood on the exterior of the front door. There was also blood along the garage door on the east side of the garage, or I'm sorry, correction, on the west side of the garage door. So the house, as you walk up, the house faces south. The garage door the garage compartment juts out. So that exterior wall of the garage door, there was blood smeared along that as well.
Now you keep referring it to blood. How was it you were able to identify it as blood?
With my experience in police work for the last 14 years and then state experience, but I recognized it as what appeared to be a dried color of blood.
When you say dried, what do you mean by that?
It was darker in nature, not fresh or runny.
Okay. All right. Whenever you observed what appeared to be dry blood on the house, what did you next do?
Obviously, I called in, or as I was approaching, I cleared the area of the front yard. There were children in a vehicle in the front yard, so I cleared the area.
What does that mean?
As far as clearing the area, I wanted to make it a safe area because I saw, a lot of dried blood on the exterior. Didn't know what was inside, or if it was in the nature of occurring at that moment. So I was concerned with the children that were playing in a vehicle that was parked in the yard. And I was concerned for the neighbors, so I tried to get everybody back to a safe location so that I could scout the house and see what was going on, or if I heard anything.
What did you next do?
I went up, checked the getting cover, so I wasn't right out in the middle there in an unsafe position. kind of moved alongside the garage door area, listening to see if I could hear, or seeing if I could hear anything. I got up to the front door, see if I could see in at all, and I couldn't. There were some curtains. I checked the door knob, it was locked. And then at that point, again, I was waiting for backup. I had emergency traffic, so only I would talk on the radio. And I went around, starting from the front, going around to the east of the house and circulating around the house, checking doors and windows and seeing if, listening for noises to hear if anything was active. And I made my way to the backyard.
Okay. And when you were checking for the doors or windows, did you find any that had been opened?
No.
Have you had occasion during your career to respond to burglaries and forced entry
Yes.
situations? Was there any sign of a forced entry at that point that you were able to see?
Not that I could tell, no.
Okay. So you made your way around to the back. What happened next?
Yes. I went around the back. Again, I was checking doorknobs and waiting for backup. The back door was locked. The window, there was a small area. The door was a window door, had glass. So there was an opening towards the bottom. I looked in the opening and I could see what appeared to be a leg or a body lying on the ground.
And from your perspective, where in the house are we talking about? Right there by the back door?
No, sir, it would have been the front area of the house. You could see a portion of it. So.
Now you mentioned that door. Had you checked that door, see if it was locked?
The handle, yes, and it was locked.
What did you next do?
I was transmitting whatever I was experiencing or whatever I saw. Let them know that, continued going around the house to check, and then went back to a position of cover to wait because backup was not too far away. So I went and next.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Stop right there. So you've gone around the side from the east side. Did you come up the west side, so you've done a full circle of the house?
I think I looked, I walked around to where I could look up the west side of the house to make sure there was nothing broken or damaged.
And did you find any signs of a forced entry at that
No,
point?
no.
What did you next do?
I went to the neighboring house, which would have been the house just east of 908. There was a car in the drive, kind of took a position of cover, waiting for the backup officer.
Okay, and then an officer finally arrived?
An officer arrived, and then we went to the front door.
Who was that officer?
Officer Kidd,
Okay. And that's spelled K-I-D-D, correct?
K-I-D-D, Derek Kidd.
So you and Officer Kidd approached the door?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we're talking about the door at 908?
The front door, at 908.
Okay. What happens next?
Went to the front door, of course, still locked. I tried kicking the door, see if it would open. It wouldn't. I can't remember if he did or not. Then he got out his baton and broke the window on the right side because the handle was on the right side, I believe, and he smashed the window alongside the right or the east side of the door.
Why was that done?
For entry.
Okay. Did y'all make entry?
Yes, sir.
How was it y'all were able to make entry?
Officer Kidd unlocked the bolt lock, both locks. The door handle was secured and there was a bolt lock above it, so he unlocked the bolt lock, reached in the window first and unlocked the bolt lock and then entered that way.
Okay. All right, approach the witness.
You may. I'm showing what you previously marked as State's Composite 5, photograph A and B.
Without showing these to the jury, I should take a look at it, please. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
We'll refer to State's Composite 5A. What is it that we're looking at there?
The front lawn of 908 Saddle Creek Run.
Is that the home that you had approached with Officer Kidd?
Yes, sir.
And the same home that you've gone around the circle and checked for any kind of entry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that home?
Yes, sir.
Next, let's refer to photograph B, please.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
The front door of 908 Saddle Creek Run.
Okay, and I noticed, I believe in that photograph, there may be a broken window on the right-hand side.
That's the window that he broke
Okay.
with his
Your Honor,
baton.
this time I move State's Composite 5, photograph A and B in evidence, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Publish to the jury, Your Honor, please.
You may.
Thank you.
As we go along, we'll show you things, but you'll have them to study much more carefully, during your deliberations. You don't feel like you have to memorize it. If you look at one and pass it on, so we don't have to wait for each person to look at both. We're going to be looking at a bunch of pictures. Seemed to me we could do it a lot quicker, show them on a presenter than wait for 14 people to look at it.
Yes, sir, I thought of that as I handed that one to the jurors, but no, we'll do that in the future, I promise. All right, so at this point, you and Officer Kidd have reached in, you've unlocked the door. What'd you do next?
We just stepped inside to clear the immediate room, the front room just inside the front door and the kitchen area. And actually before stepping inside, I'm sorry, I had called into the window and asked if there was anybody inside and to present themselves. And I noticed a body on the floor.
Body on the floor, did it appear to have any life?
No.
What'd you do next?
Then when we opened the door, stepped in and just cleared the front room and the kitchen, which was to the right there, and waited for another unit.
What do you say clear? What do you mean?
Clear meaning protective sweep, make sure nobody was in there alive or any suspects or anybody injured. Just checking the front room, whatever was visible, and checking the kitchen, and then backing off just a little bit and waiting for another officer who was almost on scene.
Who was that other officer?
Officer Sean Wyman.
Okay. So you remain in the general entry area?
Yes.
As you referred to, a body was laying there at the entryway.
Yes.
Was there any kind of blood pooling or anything like that?
Blood around her, on her, a large kind of hole in her head. So traumatic injury.
All right. Would it be fair to say that, I'm sure you made efforts not to, but that you would have had to step through some of the blood in order to gain entry to the home?
Yes, it was scattered all over. So.
And did Officer Wyman eventually arrive?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after his arrival?
Then we conducted a protective sweep of the house, which is, again, going in rooms, checking doors, checking doorways, checking closets to make sure no other injured person was inside or suspects were inside. So.
And as you do a protective sweep, do y'all kind of all go together, or do you line up, or how's that done?
We go together. I was in the rear, Officer Wyman was in the front, and Officer Kidd was in the middle. So I was kind of keeping an eye out for behind us, what was going on.
Okay. As it relates to doors and windows, did you notice anything regarding I think you previously testified about the back door being locked. Did you notice anything about what the lock, the top lock, bottom lock, anything along those lines?
think it was just a bottom lock, or the door handle.
How about
But
the
no.
garage? How about the garage?
The garage was closed,
Okay, what about
and
the
we
door?
checked the garage.
What about the door that goes into the garage from the home?
I believe it was open, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, but the garage door itself is shut?
Unlocked, meaning, yeah.
Okay. Okay. No further questions?
Cross.
No question.
All right, you can step down. Do we need to keep her any further?
She'll be retained, but she can go about her business and we'll.
Do you need her for any reason?
She's still under custody.
All right.
I'll
You
stand
be
by.
on call. You're free to go.
Okay.
You next witness?
Stay with the call with Officer Sean Wyman.
Kind of trying to get the PA system balanced. The controls in here are a little complicated, and we get it up too high and you get a big screech. So anyway, if at any point in time you can't hear somebody, just raise your hand. We're trying to kind of get it balanced, right? And along those lines, if at any point in time we've sat too long, you need a break for one reason or another, just raise your hand. We'll take a break, okay? You face the clerk and be sworn, please, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have a seat.
Thanks,
Slide
sir.
the microphone, please, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Hello, my name is Sean Wyman. I'm a Tallahassee police officer, 17-year law enforcement veteran.
Okay. And what is your role there at the Tallahassee Police Department?
Currently, I'm a patrol officer on the Northwest day shift rotation.
What does that mean?
Just means that I work on the northwest side of town during the day.
Okay. Back in 2010, did you have a similar role?
No, I was a canine handler at the time.
What does that mean?
Canine handler meaning somebody that has a patrol dog. My dog was narcotic certified and tracking certified, so we rolled around during the day and supported officers where we were needed.
Back on November 20th of 2010, did you have an occasion to respond to 908 Saddle Creek Run
Yes, sir.
in the morning hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as I understand it, you were not the first officer on scene?
No, sir.
When you arrived, what did you first do?
When I arrived, I went to the front door. I observed a woman that was laying there right by the front door, stepped around her, and went to the officers that were standing by at the hallway right there.
Okay. And what was your role to be, or what was your role ultimately there on the scene at that time?
Well, we wanted to secure and clear to make sure that there was nobody inside. And, you know, based on what they had already seen, what had already come out on the radio at that point, they were standing by waiting for another officer to get there so that we could do that safely.
Okay. When you say clear and go through the home and secure the home, is there a certain way you go about doing that?
Yes, sir.
How do you go about doing that?
Well, methodically, you want to clear anywhere where a human being could be actively hiding, and also look to make sure that there's nobody else that's hurt or injured inside, and that's what we were looking for.
When you do this, do you do it in a systematic way where you have certain people line up, or do you all just kind of go in shoulder to shoulder, or what's the deal?
It depends on who you're working with, to be honest with you. In this case, I was the most tactically sound as far, you know, because of my background. I was a TAC operator for 5 years before I went to K-9, and plus with my military background, I have a lot of tactical training with clearing rooms and things like that. So I took point.
Well, let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let's talk about your experience real quick. You said you're in the military?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what did you do? How long were you in the military?
8 years.
And what was your duties there in the military?
I was an Army Ranger.
Fair to say, as an Army Ranger, you had a lot of experience clearing houses and things like that, instructors.
Different locations, yes, sir.
And then you mentioned something about TAC. Tactical officers.
Yes,
What
sir.
does that mean?
It's the Tactical Apprehension Control Team. A lot of people know it as SWAT, but we call it TAC here in Tallahassee.
Okay. So because of your experience, you took the lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how do you go about systematically clearing a house in this nature?
Well, basically, you just start at the beginning. They had already cleared the main rooms, the living room and the kitchen area. They had already cleared those areas. So all we had left was the hallway and the corridor and the rooms that were along the hallway.
Okay. So what did you first do?
So we got in a line, one behind the other, single file, and I was the first one. The first thing I look for is which doors are open over which doors are closed. There's a couple of different rules that we follow. Open over closed, real over imagined, known over unknown. Well, in this case, the first door that I came to was on the right side, and that door was open, so that was the first door that I decided to go into.
When y'all are doing this and clearing rooms for safety purposes, do you have weapons deployed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by weapons, I'm talking about guns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have your sidearm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the other officer? Same thing?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first room you came to on the right-hand side, door was open.
Yes, sir.
What room was that?
That ended up being a bathroom.
Okay. And whenever you clear a room, do you actually go into the room, or how do you go about clearing a bathroom in this particular case?
Well, it depends on what I can see and how big the room is. In this case, it was a fairly narrow room, so I was able to step in, turn the light on, do a quick sweep, if you will, and go from there.
All right, so you had to turn the light on?
I did turn the light on.
Okay. And what did you see?
I saw what I believed to be two juveniles that were in the bathtub, and the bathtub was filled with water, and I noticed that there was a red tint to the water.
Okay. What did you do next?
The next thing I did was I got on the radio and I called out that I have two deceased in the bathtub, and I turned around and walked right back out and started focusing on the next room.
Okay, and what's the next room you went to?
I believe the next room we went to was the next one down on the same side, but honestly I don't remember, because I want to say there were 3 more rooms, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And each one of the rooms, in order to clear them, did you do the same procedure you would have done in the bathroom?
Yes, we went in, we cleared. If there was a bed, obviously we looked under the bed. If there was a closet, we looked in the closet.
Okay. In clearing this house, did you have an opportunity to basically go through each and every room, make sure nobody was there, and observe everything in that room?
Yes, sir.
You already talked about the body you found at the entryway, and then what you believe to be 2 juveniles in the bathroom. Did you find anybody else?
Not at that time.
Okay. I can show you what was previously marked as state composite 6, photographs A through N. You're on the first.
Thank you, Matt.
Without showing these to the jury, I should take a look at those photographs, please. You have an opportunity to review those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the home at 908 Saddle Creek Run whenever you made entry and subsequently cleared it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'm going to state composite number 6, photographs A through N into evidence, please.
Any additional objection
No, Your Honor.
prior to the subsequent, for the prior ruling of the court, they'll be admitted?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that M as in N or N?
N is in Nancy. What was the next thing you did, officer?
The next thing we did, once we had it cleared, was we got out of the house because we wanted to secure the scene. We didn't want to contaminate anything. I started looking for the best access point because I knew that there was going to be a lot of resources that were going to be coming in, and just started trying to do the basic crime scene things that we do: establish a scribe, establish security.
Stop right there. What do you mean? What does establish a scribe mean?
I apologize. A scribe is someone, their responsibility is to take notes of every person that comes into that crime scene, to document them, to put their name, the time they come in, and the time they exit. So we have an accurate timeline of everybody that comes into that crime scene so we can keep track of that.
Okay, and were you able to establish a proper scribe?
Yes.
What's next?
The next thing was securing the area using crime scene tape and just starting to rope off the area so that we could make sure that we didn't have anybody else coming in there. And then we just held what we had until the next set of resources got there.
Now, previously you had mentioned something about finding 2 juveniles, or what you believe to be 2 juveniles at the time. What do
Yes,
you
sir.
mean by that?
So what I mean by that is when I first went in, I saw 2 and believed that there were only 2. When we got outside and other resources started getting in and we started being asked to talk to witnesses, I talked to a witness and she was telling me that there should have been 3 kids in the house.
With
And
that information, what'd you do?
With that information, I went to Sergeant Armorod, who was the supervisor on scene at the time. I let him know the information that we had. I said, I only remember seeing 2, but there is a possibility that there could have been another one underneath, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And was anything further done in order to find out or not?
Yes, I was asked to go back in with a crime scene tech, go back into that room and verify if there was a 3rd body in the tub.
And did you find a 3rd body?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you were trying to, at one point, in order, when securing the scene, you'd be trying to find a way of going in and out.
Yes,
How
sir.
do you go about making that determination and finding a way?
The one thing I could do was I looked where obviously the most contamination, where the most blood was, where obviously where the body was laying. That's definitely a place we don't want to keep going through, and we don't want footprints and other things going in there and contaminating that scene. The cleanest resource place I found was the garage, so I made that the entry exit point for based on what I saw, because going down the hallway, you had the back door, you had the deceased that were in the bathtub. So based on everything that I saw, that was the most reasonable place to establish, and that's what I explained to the ID people when they got there, and they were able to make their own decision at that point, but that's what we set up.
Okay. You mentioned something about contaminating the front entryway and stepping across things. Whenever you first gained entry, did you have to do that though?
I did.
All right. You take efforts to minimize it, but you still had to do it.
I did my best, yes, to try to walk around and not step in anything or contaminate anything.
But would it be fair to say that there was a large amount of blood and you couldn't entirely do that?
Yes.
You mentioned also that as it relates to the bathroom, in order to clear that, you had to turn a light on.
Yes, sir.
Was that the only light you had to turn on? Did you have to turn on lights throughout the house in order to clear them?
I honestly don't remember. I just remember that one room specifically because it was dark when I went in and I had to flip the switch. And most likely I would have turned the lights on if they were dark when I went inside. That's normally what I would do, because if I can put as much light into that room, that's less that I have to enter a room. So I can see as much as I possibly can see before I have to move into or make entry into a room. I try to fill it with as much light as I possibly can to see as much as I can.
Around this time, I'd like permission to publish the photographs from Composite 6, photographs A through N, for the jury. Fondy, the projector to show.
I think, oh, okay. It's on. Take a second, warm up. I thought it was separate from that. Once you turn them off, they have to cool off before they come back on.
Would you like me to just hand them out in person then, since we're waiting anyway? I'll split them up into 2.
Yeah, why don't we do it that?
All right, thank you. I may approach real quick and decide we don't need it for you.
Any more questions at this office?
There you are.
Cross?
No, you're.
All right, you can step down. We need to keep the officer further.
He'll be retained, Your Honor, but you can go about it.
All right, be subject to recall, officer, but you can go about your business. I haven't been stopping to ask the jury if you had any questions. It's always seemed fairly straightforward, but I forget, if you have a question, raise your hand. Sometimes we tend to want to ask what happened next. We'll kind of need to let it develop. Next witness.
They would call our Ron Simmons, please. No, we have a hand raised.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, what time did the first officer arrive on the scene?
Okay. I can't answer factual questions, but now you've raised that question. I'm sure Mr. Fuchs will find somebody to get an answer to that. But in the future, I'll stop and let you ask questions. But don't ask me factual questions at this point in time. Need a break, Mr. Fletcher?
No, Your Honor. The photos that were passed around, they seem to be, there's some
It's not
artifact.
appropriate for you to make a comment on that.
No, I'm saying the quality of them as far as they've got.
All right, let's not get into the discussion of that, okay? We don't. You can ask questions of witnesses if we missed something. Other than that, it's up for the attorneys to present to you whatever they have to present. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Proceed, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Back to, you want to swear the witness, please?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Artron Timmons. I
Mr.
live
Timmons, if I can, how do you spell your first name?
Artron
And how do you spell your last name?
Timmons.
Okay. Mr. Timmons, how old are you?
20.
Okay. If I can call you back to 2010, specifically November 20th of 2010, where did you live at that time?
Not on one Saddle Creek Run.
Okay. And did you know someone named Brandy Peters?
Yes, sir.
Did you know her kids?
Yes, sir.
What were the names of her kids?
Tamaya, Tanaya, and Javante.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And Your Honor, briefly, can I ask some questions from up here as long as I keep my voice up?
Yeah, make sure you don't stand between the
Yes.
jury and him.
Thank you. Showing you photograph marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is that?
That's Brandy.
Is it an accurate depiction of Brandy Peters?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would state that Exhibit number 1 is evidence.
Any objection?
There you go.
Be admitted?
Permission to show to the jury?
You may.
Next, I'm showing previously marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize people in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Who is this?
Tamaya and Tanaya.
Which one's which?
That one's Tanaya. That one's Tamaya.
The one on the right is which one?
Tanaya.
The one on the right is Tanaya and Tamaya's on the left?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I State's Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
There you go.
Be admitted?
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now showing some previously marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit number 3. You recognize who that is? Who's that?
Javante.
Is that an accurate depiction of Javante?
So you need to
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I move State's Exhibit number 3 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
There you go.
State's Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. How is it you knew them?
They were basically like neighbors, family, friends.
Y'all both live on the same street?
Yes, sir.
How far away was their house from yours?
Across the street and 2 houses down.
Okay. And you're how old now? 20?
20.
Okay, so back then you were what? How old would you have been when they died?
14.
When is the last time you remember seeing them?
That Friday, when I was coming home from school, I was walking down Jim Lee Road, approaching my house, and I seen them playing in between the houses. Well, in between my house and my neighbor's house.
Remember what time that was roughly?
It was around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay. When you saw them, did you see them with any food or anything like that?
Yeah, they had some Burger King.
Some Burger King?
Yeah.
Okay. And who did you see?
I seen, I believe it was Tamaya. Tanaya was somewhere, I think she had ran across the street. And Javante, he was playing.
Okay. Did you see Brandy at that time?
No, I didn't see Brandy.
Okay. Who did you see with the Burger King?
Whichever one of the twins were, I believe it was Tamaya.
All right. Okay, and that's the last time you remember seeing them?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you have, did they come over for dinner that night?
I don't remember.
Okay. Who do you live with?
My mom,
Who's that?
Cicely Timmons.
Okay. Did anybody else stay with y'all, back at that time?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
My stepfather,
What's his name?
Marquise Davis.
Okay. So on the Friday, which I think is November 19th, is that correct? Do you remember?
I believe so.
Okay. So the next day on the 20th, did you have any involvement at Randy Peters' house? Did you go over there for any reason?
That morning, my mom had called the house, and she told me go check on Brandy because her mom been trying to call her.
Okay. Did you go over there?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody answer the door?
No, sir.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, sir.
What did you see, if anything, when you first got there?
I seen blood splatter like on the porch a little. Then the doorbell was smashed in, and the curtains had blood on it.
And what'd you do next?
Ran back home, told my mom.
Law enforcement officers respond?
Yes, sir.
You tell them what you saw?
I don't remember. I don't remember talking to them. Like everything was a blur after that.
I understand. You want a moment? No further questions.
Cross.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Timmons, you said you saw the twins with Burger King around the time you were getting home. Was it the actual food, or did you just see the discarded wrappers and bag?
I seen the discarded wrappers and bags and stuff.
So their food was already gone by the time you got home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall at about 5:45, you were either called across the street or sent across the street to get Javante and Tamaya and Tanai and bring them back over to you and your mom's house?
When that day, that Friday or that Saturday?
That Friday. Friday
No, sir.
evening at 5:45. You don't recall?
No, sir.
You recall doing a written statement for law enforcement in this case?
No, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And I can't read the signature at the bottom, but is that your handwriting in your written statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could, review it, particularly the top paragraph there, and see if that refreshes your recollection as to what happened about 5:45.
Just read it to yourself, Mr. Timmons.
You don't want me to read the top?
After having had a chance to read that refresh your recollection as to what you told law enforcement initially?
I don't remember it, but I'm pretty sure I was,
It does refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, at about 5:45, go across the street and bring Tamaya, Tanai, and Javante over to you and your mom and your stepdad's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember why you did that or not?
I guess it was for them to eat because my stepfather had cooked.
Do you remember that specifically, or are you guessing?
Kind of really guessing, but I'm pretty sure.
Around that time, you were like into rap and stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you would spend a lot of time in your bedroom in the evening working on that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir.
Are you a fan of oxtail stew?
No, sir.
So you wouldn't have eaten dinner with your mom if she ate, or your stepdad, or the girls, or Javante?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you're not here of your own free will today, correct?
Yes, sir. Wait.
Like, you're under a material witness warrant. You were brought here against your will.
Yes, sir.
you're in custody, in the custody of the Leon County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason is that you didn't voluntarily go to the hotel that you were supposed to be sequestered at during the run-up to the trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason that you were hesitant to participate and go stay where the state wanted you to?
First I didn't have any food or money. Then it was like, I was really like scared.
Who were you scared of?
The news, the media, the things that I was hearing in the media or in the news.
May I approach, Your Honor? May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Mr. Timmons, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I don't want you to go into specifically what other person or group you may be scared of. I just want to clarify, it's not Mr. Segura that you're afraid of, correct?
No, sir.
I mean, that is correct. You're not scared of?
Oh, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Any juror have a question of this witness? I'm sorry, that's what I should have been doing all along. I would have had my mind elsewhere. Nobody? All right, you can step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request a brief break to get the next witness up here.
All right.
About an hour or so.
We'll take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Jury in courtroom. You swear the witness, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth,
Yes. No. All right, you can have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. I need you to pull that microphone down closer to you. I know you're soft-spoken. Okay? Can you tell the jury what your name is, please?
Cicely Timmons.
And can you please spell your first and last name for Madam Reporter?
CIESLYTIMMONS.
And what do you go by normally?
Cicely.
Do you go by CC at all?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Miss Timmons, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Timmons, if I can take your memory back to 2010, and November 20th, 2010, did you live off of Saddle Creek Run?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Brandy Peters?
Yes.
And did you know her children?
Yes.
What were the children's names?
Tanaya, and Vontae.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You might.
Ms. Timmons, I'm showing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3. Do you recognize those photographs? Yes.
Yeah.
Is that Brandy and her kids?
Yes.
Ms. Timmons, do you remember the last time that you talked to Brandy?
The day before.
What do you remember talking to her? Did you talk to her in person or you talked to her on the phone?
No, I sent her a message and asked her to come get something to eat.
Okay, and did she respond to that?
She said no.
Do you remember about what time that was?
About 6 something.
You remember giving a sworn statement to law enforcement? Remember giving a statement to law
I
enforcement right
remember
now?
writing a statement, yes.
Okay. If I showed you that statement, would that help refresh your recollection as to what time that was?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You might.
Ask you to read this to yourself, not out loud, okay? And see if that helps refresh your recollection. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you remember what time it was now?
It was 6:53.
I couldn't quite hear you, I'm sorry.
It was 6:53
In the evening?
p.m.
Ms. Timmons, do you remember her coming over for dinner at your house at night?
No.
Do you remember the children coming over for dinner that night?
No.
Did you try and get hold of her the next morning?
I had my son to go over.
You never heard from her, did you?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Ms. Timmons, do you remember a whole lot of anything after Brandy responded to your text message about whether she wanted something to eat?
No.
Did you stay up at that point, or did you go to bed?
No, I went to bed.
So you wouldn't have been out there to eat dinner with Marquise Davis and the girls anyway?
No.
Okay. You're also not here of your own free will, correct? You're under a material witness warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Is the reason why you were hesitant or avoiding having to come here out of fear?
Yes.
Is that fear, do you have that fear relative to somebody other than Henry Segura or anybody connected to him?
Not because of him, because of the guy who said that he...
Your Honor, I'm objecting.
That's sufficient. She's answered the question. You have another question?
Yes, sir. You were interviewed by law enforcement in the day and days after Brandy and the kids were found dead, correct?
Yes.
Without telling me anything that you told them, did you try to help law enforcement identify potential suspects? Or a potential suspect?
Yes. I put someone...
Don't tell me anything you said to them. How did law enforcement respond to the help that you tried to provide?
They told me that person didn't exist.
Do you recall Brandy receiving a letter from someone on the day of her murder?
Your Honor, I'm objecting. This outside the direct examination.
Let's go sidebar, please.
Ms. Timmons, did you, without going into any of the specifics at all that you provided to law enforcement, did you do everything you could near the time of the offense to try and be cooperative
Yes,
and try and provide law enforcement relevant information?
yes,
Was law enforcement at all receptive to the information that you tried to provide?
yes.
When you tried to provide law enforcement information about a particular person, again, don't go into the content of what that information was law enforcement at all receptive to that information?
Yes.
In what way was law enforcement receptive to that information?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It calls for speculation as well as once again, it's outside the scope of recommendation.
Overruled. In what way was you know what I mean when I'm saying that, were they receptive to it?
Did they accept it?
Yeah, did they accept it? Did they believe you?
No.
And you weren't providing information about Mr. Segura, correct? It was somebody else.
Right.
I have no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Your Honor, please. Ms. Timmons, you gave a name to law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
But you have no idea whether they followed up with that or not, do you?
No.
Okay. So would surprise you if they found out that they did in fact follow up with that, would it? No further questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you can step down. Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, this time state will call April Bravo.
Come on up here, please. Face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sergeant April DeBrava Wilder.
Wilder, I assume is a married name?
Yes.
Okay.
Spell your last name.
It's DeBrava, DOUBRAVA -Wilder, WILDER.
And I see you are in uniform. You work with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And your stripes on your arm, so that means you are the position of what?
A sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Over 20 years, just over 20 years.
Back in 2010, well, let's talk about your role right now. What's your role right now with this?
Currently, I'm the sergeant over a field training squad. So we train the new officers what they need to do in order to be solo officers.
Okay. Back in 2010, November specifically of 2010, what were your duties then?
I was a homicide investigator.
Okay. And what does that entail?
We work any violent crimes, anything from a battery to aggravated batteries, assaults, and any death, natural deaths, homicides, suicides, accidental deaths in the city. We respond to those and work those accordingly.
Okay. As of November 2010, how long had you been assigned to the homicide unit?
2.5 years.
In order to do homicide investigations and things of that nature, had you undergone any kind of specialized training for that?
Yes, we attend homicide death investigation class. It's a advanced training, a cold case class that I've attended, and in addition to different interviewing technique schools that I've attended.
Okay. And is this like a one-time deal or something you go ongoing in educational aspects?
It's a 2-week class for the homicide class, and then we pick up other ones that we're interested in to get a little bit further knowledge on that. And those are usually our 1 to 2 week classes that we do, but so it depends on which class and how long it runs for.
Okay. Back on April 20th or around April 20th of 2010, did you become involved in a homicide investigation having to do with Randy Peters and her children?
November,
Excuse me.
November of 2010, yes.
How is it you became initially involved?
My sergeant at the time of the homicide unit contacted me. It was actually our day off, and asked me to come in and assist with the homicide investigation.
So as I understand it, you were not the lead investigator, if you will.
Correct. No, I was not on call.
What would have been your role then?
We come in and we assist any which way that we need to assist the lead investigator. So there's various things that we can do. Crime scene, help with interviews, obtain warrants, search warrants if they need them, just any different aspect that we are kind of work as a team, but at the, assistance of the lead investigator.
And who was the lead investigator for this homicide?
Investigator Mark Lewis.
Is there any particular reason one person will be a lead versus you?
It just makes them responsible for, getting everything together, the kind of the person that everything kind of runs through. We work as a team, so we feed off of each other and talk to each other and, work things together. But, if something specific, it goes to him, he kind of like knows everything, and we assist him on knowing what he needs to know.
Okay. Is there a reason that he would have been appointed as the lead versus another? Is it like a seniority thing, or just happens to be on call?
Who's on call?
Okay, so it's pretty much just
Right.
whoever's on duty.
Yes, we want an on-call schedule so that, certain days when we're not at work, that person's responsible. So if a natural death came in, he would have been the person who would have got called, and he would have responded to it if he needed to, and that's something that the whole team would not have come out on. But then, as things need more assistance, then more of us come in.
Fair to say this homicide investigation was one that needed a lot more assistance.
Yes.
Whenever, did you actually go out to the scene of the crime?
Yes, I did. That's where I went to initially.
Okay, and that was in Leon County?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to know what time the initial call came for service?
The initial call was at 10:09 a.m.
Okay, and do you know what time officers responded initially?
The first officers arrived on scene about 10:17.
And that would have been Officer
10:17?
And that would have been Officer Jernigan and Kidd.
Correct, right.
When you respond to the scene, are you given a certain role in how this investigation, or at least the initial role in the investigation?
Yeah, our sergeant will kind of divvy up what he wants us to focus on to assist with, based on who's available and what they need done.
Okay. And what was your role initially?
Crime scene.
Okay. Now, are you a crime scene investigator?
No.
Okay, so why is it that you are being assigned to be the crime scene?
Well, as a homicide investigator, what we do is we kind of work with our forensics team. We oversee it. We're kind of looking at it from a different angle than them. So I go in there to learn things and then transfer that over to the lead investigators and the other investigators on scene.
Okay. You say you're looking for things from a different way. What do you mean by that?
Most forensics are looking at evidence to collect and how they collect it, and that's what their focus is. My focus is, what does the scene tell me? is there a forced entry? Is there not? Is it a violent scene? Is there a struggle? Are there a lot of injuries? Are things missing? Does it look like the house has been rummaged through? Does it not look like that? To try to get a feel for what are we looking for, and then I take that information, and it kind of gives me an intimate knowledge of what occurred inside that I take to the team and then explain to them. And then as we learn things or are looking for things, I can say, well, I saw this, or this is what I've observed from inside.
All right, let's take those one at a time then. Hold on one second. So I'll get to that in a minute. So you're there for a different perspective then, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. How does that work in conjunction with the crime scene investigators? I've heard that we sealed this area off. How is it that you play into that role?
I go in with them, and then we kind of become a team in that, where we go through and we see what we think is important for evidence and work our way as a team through that. One extra set of eyes makes it even better, and so we work at that. They work on documenting, collecting, photographing, things like that. I kind of oversee that they're doing that in addition to what I'm learning from the scene.
Okay. Now, we talked about sealing it and things like that. Are precautions taken by you and the crime scene investigators to ensure there's no contamination, or the scene becomes, I guess, remains sterile, for lack of a better term?
Yes, we wear protective clothing, paper things over our feet. We wear, latex gloves. We try to go into an area of the house that we think is the least disturbed and work our way through that, so that we're not going right through, the heaviest evidentiary area.
Okay. In this particular case, do you recall where it is that you started the crime scene investigation?
Where we actually started, where we sat down and said, okay, now we're going to go through grid by grid to the house, we came through the back door.
Okay. You said you actually sat down. I guess there's a lot of conversation that goes on how it is, to get a plan of attack, for better word.
Yeah, I don't know that we actually sat down, but, we had a group meeting or, a discussion together, standing out there, that this is the way we thought was the best way to go into the house and start working the scene.
Throughout the course of, your liaison with crime scene investigation, for lack of a better term, did you have an opportunity to go in and see the house as it was whenever you first arrived before it had been processed?
Yes.
Is there anything done by either yourself or the crime scene investigative team that preserves that in any way?
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. They do a video, a walk-in. Basically, it's a walk-in, walk-out video of the scene, and then they'll go back and do photographs as we go through.
Now, as it relates to that video, I'm showing you from previously marked for identification. This takes exhibit number 7. You're on there, Bruce. I should take a look at that item, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a DVD of the video, walkthrough video.
Okay, have you had an opportunity prior to coming to court today to observe that and review it?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of video recording of the scene as it was whenever officers first arrived, or not first arrived, but as the crime scene made that first entry and preserved it?
Yes, it's accurate.
Your Honor, this time I move states exhibit number 7 today, please.
Any additional objection?
No additional objection.
Be admitted.
Your Honor, this time I move to publish it as a jury.
You may.
Your Honor, if you can push Attorney A.
You come push whatever you think should be pushed. I haven't been too successful at it.
It was I, Your Honor.
I'm gonna do this. Seems the younger they are, the better they are with computers. Mr. Fletcher,
I just had.
but turn the lights down. I will once we get it
Turn the
going.
lights
You ready to
down.
go?
Yes, sir.
lights off over you?
If you would.
Okay. As long as you'll stay awake.
7. It is Saturday, November 20th at 2:45 p.m. We are at 908 Saddle Run Drive.
Tonight, a magical Disney Channel premiere.
Now, you mentioned that's one of the first steps that crime scene does, correct?
Correct.
After that, what's the next kind of things that they do?
Now that we have kind of a feel for what we have inside, that's where we decide that we're going to go in through the back door because we see the least amount of disturbance in that area, kind of set up for the different things they will go in and then photograph it all to note the different areas of evidence that we see. Then after that, they will go and mark it. Every piece of evidence that they're going to collect, they'll put a marker near it and then take a photograph of that before they actually collect it and move it or swab it, depending on what they need to do. And then we do that through each series of rooms of evidence that we saw.
And as your role as the liaison with CID, why is that important as it relates to something like this?
Well, like I said earlier, it gives us an overview of what evidence is there, what I'm looking for, things that could help the lead investigator with, like I said, was there a big struggle? What were things that we got out of the house or we saw the house? What kind of weapon was used? What kind of evidence do we have from that? Again, like it gives you kind of an intimate knowledge that I can then give to the lead investigator.
And you talked about from the perspective that you were looking at things rather than just collecting an evidence. You're looking for certain things. One of those, I believe, was forced entry.
Correct.
What would a forced entry look like, I guess?
Well, usually typical, it's the breaking of the wood or cracking of the wood around the doors, whether it's the door that cracks itself around the lock or the frame, or a window broken or anything along that lines that would indicate that the person was forced their way in, was not a known person, or potentially not known person to the victim.
Okay. In this particular case, did you find any evidence of a forced entry?
No, we did not.
One of the other things you said you were looking for is anything that may be taken?
Correct. If they're looking for items and the house has been rummaged through and, items that are missing from the house, goes along with motive and things like that, money or high valuable items, things like that, or, something more personal.
We saw throughout the video there were lamps that were knocked over. I believe there was a purse that was strewn about and things along those lines. Was that an indicator of something where maybe somebody rummaged through it and taken things, or is that show something else?
The lamps and things like that to me indicate struggle. The purse, it could mean the rummaging through, or it could mean, again, a struggle for something in the purse.
Another thing you said that, from your perspective, has to do with injuries. What do you mean?
How violent is the injuries? If it's a close contact, then there's potential that there's injury on the suspect as well as the victim. What kind of injury could we be looking at? But also weapon used for the victims. Is a weapon on scene? Is a weapon not there? What kind of weapon are we looking for? And that preliminary is what you could tell, obviously, that we're looking for a gun, and then there was a violent struggle in this case.
Okay. Does the violent struggle, based upon your training experience, those schools you went to, indicate anything to you as far as investigative tools?
It can show passion or anger. It's kind of like not just wanting them to kill a person, but wanting to make sure the person is dead.
What other kind of things are you looking for from your perspective that we haven't talked about?
I don't know.
If nothing, that's fine.
Well, again, like I said, we're looking for what does the scene tell us? What does it give me the feel of what I'm looking for? And then again, as I relay that information to the lead investigator, then they can say, hey, we've talked to some people and, look for this or look for that, and I can relay that same to them. Part of it too is, identifying the victims and asking them some questions that, hey, would they wear this, or is this normal or typical for them to be in this environment or doing these kinds of things?
You talked a little bit about relaying information to the lead investigator. Is this something that you're in a fluid conversation with them, or is there like a regularly scheduled meeting where everybody gets together, or how does that work?
It works both. We, obviously, as I come along something I think that is important that they need to know right now, it would be fluid. I would call them and tell him or her, hey, you need to know this. But we did have scheduled meetings afterwards, like debriefs on what everybody did, so that we can keep, in unison about where it's going and what we've done.
As it relates to the scene, it looked like there was a lot of stuff involved. Was this, as far as you know, was it a situation where it was processed all in one day, or was it going back to the scene on multiple different times?
They went back multiple times.
Okay. Now, how do you ensure, or how is it ensured that the, the sterileness, the integrity of that is maintained?
House is obviously closed up, sealed. They place evidence tape on the entry/exit points, and then there's officers posted on the house.
And why would you do that? I mean, I think I answered that question already, but.
To ensure that the scene remains the same, it does not get, molested by someone else.
Are there other reasons to return to the scene, the area, and things along those lines?
Yeah, absolutely. We do canvass the neighborhoods, and like I said, as things become apparent to us, maybe we need to go back and look at that scene again. But talking to neighbors and things like, you return to the scene several times.
On one of these return to the scenes, was there any time that maybe there was I noticed it was close to the ball fields and the Capital City Stadium. At any point did you return where there's a game going on and things like that?
Yes, we returned on a weekend where the football game was going on at the time that we were walking the neighborhood, trying to talk to neighbors.
Okay. Anything about that visit as it relates to the game going on that stands out in your mind?
Yeah, the game was very loud. The field is at night, sound travels a lot more than we think it does, and we all noted how loud the game was and how well you could hear it.
Okay. And during that time period, did you remain outside at all times, or did you go inside any homes?
No, we went inside various neighbors' homes that we would knock and talk with and go inside.
Is there anything that stands out in your mind regarding that noise level from Capital City Stadium there, and the ball game that's going on versus and the noise outside the home versus when you go inside the home?
Yes, it stood out very much in my mind that when we went inside the houses, I didn't hear the game at all. We didn't hear any of that, which was surprising that it was so loud, yet when we went inside, we did not hear it.
No further questions for the
Cross.
No cross.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, you step down. We got to keep her subject to recall.
She would be your honor.
All right,
She'd go out of business for a
so
second.
we're going to be on call, please. Call your next witness.
They call Amy Williams.
You face the clerk and you swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
Hi, my name is Annie Williams.
And is your name, and your name is Annie Williams now, what was your maiden name?
It was a Pressy.
And where do you work?
I currently work at the Broward County Sheriff's Office in the crime laboratory
And how long have you been with Broward County?
for approximately 4 years.
Where did you work before you were with the Broward County Sheriff's Office?
I worked as a forensic specialist with the Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked in forensics?
For almost 12 years now.
And your name was Annie Pressy in November of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about your qualifications, the training and experience that you've had to work in forensics. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. I graduated from Florida State University with a Bachelor in Science in Criminology, and from there I attended the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, which was 760 hours of training in law enforcement and crime scene different experience like that. After I graduated the academy, I was hired on to the Tallahassee Police Department as a forensic specialist, and while working there for the 8 years, I attended several training courses on crime scene reconstruction, trajectory training, death investigations, basic crime scene training. I also did latent fingerprint examinations there, and I took several latent fingerprint courses there as well. So currently, to date, I've got over 1,200 hours of crime scene and law enforcement training.
And what's your current role at Broward County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a senior latent print examiner.
You mentioned that you had experience in trajectory training. What is that?
Trajectory is when you have shooting incidents and you're trying to determine where the projectiles were fired from and at what angle. So it's the trajectory of the bullets, essentially.
As an analyst in forensics with TPD in 2010, what were your duties at that time?
Our primary duties were the documentation, collection, and preservation of physical evidence at a crime scene.
I want to ask you specifically today about a crime scene at 908 Saddle Creek Run back on November 20th of 2010. Did you respond to that residence that day?
I did.
About what time did you go out there?
Approximately 11:20 in the morning.
And were you called out there to process a crime scene?
I was.
What did you first do when you got to the home that day?
When I arrived, I met with the responding officers and investigators on scene who informed me what they had actually found in the home, and we responded from there.
When you first went in the home, were you processing the home, or what were you doing at that time?
No, I first made entry into the home with Officer Sean Wyman. When I arrived, I was informed that they were doing a welfare check on a mother and her 3 children, and when the officers initially arrived in the house, they found the mother, but they only noticed 2 children. So their concern was that there was a child that might be missing. So I went into the scene with the officer, just for my protection, to see if we could locate the 3rd child. And so my initial entry into the scene, when I found the 3rd child, we came out immediately and secured the scene for a search warrant.
Once you went back into the house, can you tell us a little bit about what you did to document what you were seeing there?
After we got the search warrant and went into the home, we entered through the garage door. It was my supervisor, myself, and an investigator, April Jabrava. And I started by video documenting the scene first to show that that's how the house was when we arrived, how we found it. And from video documentation, I did photography documentation.
And when you took the video and when you first started taking photos of each room, at that time, did you collect anything or touch anything?
No, we just documented it first.
And were you wearing gloves at that time?
Yes.
When you first went in, what did you notice about lights and electronics in the home?
I noted that all of the lights were off with the exception of the young boy Javante's room and the hall bathroom.
And what about any televisions?
There was a television on in the master bedroom and also a television on in the twin girls' bedroom.
What did you notice, if anything, about the back door of the home? Was it locked or unlocked?
The back door to the home, the deadbolt was unlocked, but it's a door handle and a deadbolt. So the deadbolt was unlocked, but the door handle had been locked where you could turn it to lock the door.
So it's the type of door that if you're exiting the door, you could lock the bottom on your way out?
And still close the door with it locked? Yes.
Okay. When you first started processing the scene, what did you wear?
When we began processing the scene, we wore Tyvek suits. It's essentially it's a large full body covering suit that we had on, and latex gloves, so it covered all of our clothing and our feet and shoes.
And what's the purpose of that?
That's so that we don't contaminate anything in the crime scene as much as we can.
Okay. I want to show you kind of room by room today in order that you process the scene, some photos and items that you collected. Permission to approach, Judge?
Right.
All right, so I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 8A through NN. These should be some photographs. Do you mind looking through those photographs and telling me if you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs that I took of the home at Saddle Creek Run.
Specifically, are those of the back door and the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the back door and the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, I would move States 8A through NN into evidence, and they have been disclosed and shown to defense counsel.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. They will be admitted.
Okay, permission to publish?
You may.
Judge, is there any way to move a microphone from here or? Yeah. And Mrs. Presley, as we look through Mr. Williams, as we look through these photos, I've left a laser pointer there on the witness stand for you. If you'd like to point something out from the jury, just point and shoot, okay?
Okay.
Should be turned on.
Oh.
Can you try it out?
Oh, I did. I did it over there.
Great. All right, looking first here at 8A. What is this a photo of?
This is a photo of the rear of the house at Saddle Creek Run, the very back of the house at an angle from the side.
Okay, can we see the back door very visibly from here?
No,
This house, did it have a privacy fence surrounding it?
it did not. It was fenced by the neighbors, I believe, on either side, but in the front of the home, there was no fence blocking entrance from the front to the back.
So this fence does not belong to Mrs. Peters' home?
I'm not sure. There just wasn't anything connecting in the front.
Could anyone from the street walk up to either side of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at States 8B, What do we see here?
It's another picture of the back of the home. I've just moved further into the backyard when I took the photograph.
And can we see the rear door from this photo?
You can, yes ma'am.
Okay, and it's the white door right in the center of the photo?
Yes ma'am.
8C, is this a close-up of the rear door?
Yes ma'am.
Show us, I mean, what do we see here at the bottom of the window of the door?
There is it appeared to be like a paper kind of a curtain material on the inside of the door, like a shade, a paper drawn shade, and that was part of the shade that was missing.
Were any pieces of that missing shade or this portion of the missing shade found inside?
No ma'am.
Okay. Was that consistent with it being broken during this incident or previously?
It didn't appear to have been done during it. It wasn't left behind, so it appeared that it might have been done previously.
Okay. And this was the door that you said that the deadbolt was unlocked, but the bottom lock was locked.
Yes ma'am, that's correct.
All right. When you entered the home through the garage, did you go open this door for officers?
Yes ma'am.
Tell us what you did as far as collecting evidence from the doorknobs of this rear door.
I collected sterile swabs of the door handles that may have been touched, and the door was also processed for latent fingerprints.
What is a swab?
A swab is generally, it's just a very large Q-tip. It's a sterile Q-tip that they put in packaging, and we use a sterile collection of water, and you take out the swab and put the water on it and collect where there might be touch DNA or any kind of other DNA evidence that we try to collect in our scenes.
Okay, and so when you swabbed this door handle, you took out your long Q-tip, and what areas of the door did you process or did you swab?
I swabbed the entire doorknob.
Okay.
Anywhere that might have been touched by someone coming in or out.
I want to turn your attention to States 9 in your notebook.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize States 9?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is the swab of the exterior rear doorknob that I collected.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk about when I say impounding it, once you take the swab, can you walk us through what you do after that?
Sure. After I collect the swab, it comes in a paper fitting that you have to tear open anyways to get the swab out. So after I collect it, it goes back in that paper fitting, and we have evidence collection envelopes. So they go into an evidence collection envelope where I record the case number, the item number, what it was and where I got it from, my initials, and the date, so that it's known as my evidence. So that way I can recognize it later. And they go into our police department has a property and evidence section. So after we've impounded all the evidence and it's evidence taped and sealed, they go into our evidence storage at the police department.
Okay. At this time, I would move States 9 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
9 will be admitted.
Okay. Permission to publish number 9 to the jury.
Goodbye.
If you could show the jury, Mrs. Williams, on States 9, can you show us the different information you were just telling us about?
Yes, ma'am. So the white envelope is the envelope that I used. The swab is actually inside of that envelope. Here we have the case number where I wrote out what our case number is, the item number, the description of where I collected it from. That's the type of case that I was involved in. It's my name, my badge number at the time, and then the date that I collected it.
And what about this red tape on the side and on the top? What does that mean?
Well, the red tape on the side appears to be from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And on the back of the envelope is where, up here is, I had it. Right there is where you're able to open the envelope. So I evidence tape the seals here and down here as well. So these were the two folds in the envelope. So I evidence tape those so that I know if I see them later that the seals haven't been broken and you shouldn't have had access to my evidence. And that's my initials, my badge number, and the date that they were sealed.
And what about this yellow label on the bottom?
I believe that's a property tag from the evidence section that they tag it when they turn it, when it gets sent into the property section.
And aside from this being sent to FDLE, you said that it appeared to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this labeling process and the evidence tape, is this the same for all of the items that you impounded during this crime scene investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to turn your attention to states number 10. Can you tell us what states number 10 is?
It is a swab of the interior rear doorknob of the back door.
Okay, and does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does, yes, ma'am.
All right, could you, or I'd like to move states 10 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
Just going to show them another envelope.
I'm just gonna have her hold it up from the witness
Okay.
stand.
All right.
If you could just publish it by showing it from the witness stand. Thank you. All right, moving on to our next photo, states 8B. What do we see here?
This is a photograph of the inside in that hallway, and that's the back door from the interior of the house.
And was this the interior of the doorknob that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And 8E is the close-up of that doorknob?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's just showing how the bolt was in the unlocked position and how the bottom door handle is locked.
And I want to ask you about this curtain that we see. Did you find any, or did you collect any items of evidence from that curtain?
I located what appeared to be suspected blood on the curtain area, so that was documented, and a swab was collected of that suspected blood area.
Okay, and does 8F show a close-up of that suspected blood?
It does.
And 8G is a closer?
It is, and that has the marker in there, the scale, and showing the area that I swabbed for evidence.
I want to turn your attention to states 11. Do you recognize states 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize states 11 to be?
That is the swab in the photograph of the suspected blood I took from the rear curtain in
And
the
is that in
hallway.
the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. Looking at 8H, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of the door open. That's the rear hallway door area, still the same door. And there's just markings on the door frame area in there. So I was just documenting any of the markings that I noticed.
Did the door appear to be kicked open at all, or the lock picked, anything like that?
No, it didn't appear to be at all.
So you have no idea whether that's old or new damage or scratches to the inside of the door?
I don't, just that they were there.
All right, and in 8I, is this an overview of the entire hallway?
It is, yes, ma'am.
After you took your initial photographs and you began processing the scene, did you then take additional photographs once you marked down where items of evidentiary value were found?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so looking at 8J, what do we see here?
This is another photograph of the hallway area, and the evidence markers are markers that I have placed, and I'm documenting the different items of evidence that I'm going to collect, and then taking an overall picture so I know where they are in location.
Okay, and so I guess in this photo, are we at the back door looking toward the living room?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that we can see here, what are those items showing?
Those are items of areas of suspected blood that I ended up swabbing, documenting, and then collecting evidence.
And 8K.
And again, that's just another picture going in, and there's more evidence towards the end of the hallway as well, so it's showing those in the markers.
Okay. And you said you took some swabs of the blood in the hallway. I want to turn your attention to states 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And I believe those are items that you have marked in the photos with the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What are those items?
These were all swabs of the suspected blood I located in the hallway of the home.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
They are, yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would move states 12 through 17 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. To be admitted.
All right. And 8L, are these the two areas of suspected blood closest to the back door?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And in this photo, we have the two areas of suspected blood that you marked as 5 and 6?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in this photo, we can see the two areas of suspected blood on the carpet that you marked with markers 7 and 8?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what do we see in State's Exhibit 8O?
There was a linen closet in the hallway, and that's the documentation of the linen closet there. There appears to be suspected blood spatter on the door, as well as a gunshot entry hole.
And where do you see the entry hole?
It's right there.
And can you show us the areas of suspected blood spatter?
Yes, ma'am. There appears to be blood here, and here, and here. All of those areas.
And why do you call it suspected blood spatter?
Because we don't actually test it on scene, it gets sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for actual testing to determine that it is in fact blood. So we just generalize it by calling it suspected blood because that's what we believe it to be when we find it on scene.
Okay. And is this a photo of the bottom of the linen closet door with additional areas of suspected blood?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to states 18 and 19. Can you tell us what 18 and 19 are?
They are swabs that I took of the suspected blood on that hallway closet door.
Do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
At this time, I would move states 18 and 19 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 18 and 19 will be admitted.
What do we see here in states 8Q?
This is another documentation of the hall closet door, but I've put scale markers in there. And so this is the actual item number 19. This was one of the areas that I'd swabbed. And I was documenting the bullet hole that I labeled as B in the closet door.
What about states 8R?
Is the inside of the hall closet door. That's where the exit hole from that bullet went. And so I have a scale in there as well, and I labeled it C.
States 8S, another view of the linen closet door?
It is. It's just from a side angle.
Okay. In states 8T, was this another area of suspected blood spatter from the swab that you just saw there that you told the jury about?
Yes, ma'am.
So you took one swab from an area near the top of the door, the middle of the door, and one swab from the bottom of the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a close-up of the swab? Or, I'm sorry, of the area of suspected blood that you swabbed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do we see here in states 8B?
It's another area in between the two doorways. of suspected blood, and you can also see on the door to the left, there's other scales and markers that I've put in as well to mark suspected blood areas that I was going to collect as evidence.
I'm going to turn your attention to states 20 and 21. What are states 20 and 21?
States 20 is a swab of the suspected blood I took from the south side wall of the hallway closet.
And
And
this, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. States Exhibit 21 is a swab of suspected blood that I took from the wall south of the victim Javante Segura's bedroom.
And do we see that area in states Exhibit 8X?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is the swab from south of Javante's bedroom. So this would be Javante's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this was the swab in between his bedroom and the linen closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those swabs appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
At this time, I would move states 20 and 21 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 20 and 21 will be admitted.
All right, in 8W, is this a photo of the end of the hallway closest to the living room?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and what do we see here? What are the items on the carpet that we see?
There are my evidence markers, as well as a pink slipper, and I believe it was coloring pencils towards the back.
Okay, and in states 8Z, is this a close-up of the blood spatter next to Javante's room?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, an additional close-up in this photo?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do we see in states 8AA?
It's a photograph of suspected blood area on the wall at the end of the hallway area and a lamp that I located on the floor.
And in states 8BB?
That's a close-up picture of that suspected blood on the wall.
And did you take a swab of that blood?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you recognize states 22?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is states 22?
It is a swab of that area of blood from the photograph.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. What area of the hallway wall are we looking at here?
This is the wall across from Javante Segura's bedroom, and that includes the hall bathroom and into the living room.
Did you notice any suspected blood on that wall?
I did.
And did you take a swab of it?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. Where do you see your marker here on this wall?
It's right here.
Okay. And is this a close-up of that marker?
It is.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to states 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize states 23?
I do.
And what is states 23?
It is that swab of the suspected blood on the hallway.
And is this the closest picture of that swab? Or,
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
of that suspected blood?
It is.
All right. Is states 23 in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you impounded that swab?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, I would move states 23 into evidence.
About 22.
I thought that I had previously done 21 and 22 together.
I don't believe so. I think you did 20 and 21.
Okay,
not
I'll,
22 and 23.
I'd offer 22 and 23.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Be admitted.
And 22 was the swab of blood on the wall across from the bathroom above that lamp, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I want to turn your attention to states 25. What is states 25?
It's a swab of suspected blood I took from the light bulb that was located on the lamp on the floor in the hallway.
Did y'all also collect the lamp itself?
I did, yes ma'am.
Okay. And looking at our next photo states 8 double F. What is this?
That's a photograph that I took of the suspected blood area with the scale in it before I swabbed it.
Okay, and this is on the actual light bulb from that lamp.
Yes, it was still attached to the lamp.
Okay, is states 25 in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes ma'am, it is.
Okay, this time I move 25 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 25 will be admitted.
Okay, so before you mentioned to us that in the linen closet or on the linen closet door, you noticed a bullet hole, and there was an entrance and an exit of that bullet hole.
There was.
What was found inside the linen closet?
I located a projectile that had gone through a towel inside of the linen closet that I photographed and collected as well as evidence.
Okay, and does states 8 double K show where that projectile was found in that linen closet?
It does.
Where's the projectile here on here?
It's right here.
Did you collect that projectile?
I did.
Okay, and do you see states 26?
I do.
What do you recognize states 26 to be?
It is the projectile from the third shelf of that hallway closet.
If you wouldn't mind, would you open states 26?
I don't mind.
Are you looking at the projectile that's located, or is marked as States Exhibit 26?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that projectile appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you found it that day and impounded it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would move States 26 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 26 will be admitted.
Permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
What do we see in States 8 double G?
That's a photograph of the hallway closet as well. It was later after I put trajectory rods into the closet door to determine the trajectory of the bullet.
What are trajectory rods?
They are rods that we use that fit in. They have different sizes depending on the different calibers of bullets you use, but when you have to essentially have two holes, an entry and an exit. And when you're able to place a rod through there at different angles, you can see that the angle in the direction of the way that the bullet entered.
Okay, and this is the trajectory rod that you put into the bullet hole?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to show you states 8HH. Does this show the entire trajectory rod?
I think it's cutting a little on the right of it, but for the most part, yes, it shows it going through the whole.
Okay. And then the marker that we see that says 17 inside the closet, what does that show?
That was the projectile that I used to mark where I located the projectile in the closet.
Okay, and that was consistent with the trajectory or the path of the bullet?
Yes.
All right, and then what could you tell about the trajectory of this bullet?
Can I refer to my notes?
Sure.
I'm sorry. The trajectory of the bullet in the hallway closet appeared to be from a slightly right to left angle, and it appeared straight on.
And what do we see here in 8JJ?
This is another photograph. I'm actually standing at the hall closet door looking towards the master bedroom, trying to get the very end of the trajectory rod that couldn't be seen in the picture before. So it's just another angle of the trajectory rod from the hall closet door.
And 8LL, is this an inside view of the linen closet once you had marked where the projectile was found?
Yes, ma'am.
And 8MM, is this an up close of where the projectile was found?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we see the projectile in this photo?
No, ma'am.
It had been removed by then?
I'm not sure if it had or if it was just not zoomed in on that particular picture. Or if it wasn't zoomed in on that particular picture.
What do we see in 8NN? What is this debris?
It's debris from the closet door. The projectile appeared to have gone through, it's hard to see here, the towel, and also kind of exited through the towel as well. So when it went through the door, wood shavings from the door got onto the towel.
And the projectile that we just saw, did you collect any evidence from that actual projectile?
Yes, ma'am. I swabbed the projectile as well prior to impounding it as evidence.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to States 27. Do you recognize States 27?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize States 27 to be?
That is the swab that I collected of the projectile.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, I would move States 27 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. When you get through with this area, Ms. Diggin, it might be a good time to take a short break.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm about to move on to the next room, so it might be a good stopping point.
I thought so.
Yes, sir.
All right, why don't we take 10 minutes? Either side, do anything? No. We'll be in recess.
I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 24 in the box next to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity, while the jury stepped out, to open States Exhibit 24 and examine it?
I did.
And is States Exhibit 24, what is it?
This is the lamp that I collected from the end of the hallway that was on the floor.
Okay. And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It was before I opened it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to move States 24 into evidence at this time.
Okay, it'll be admitted, 24 will be admitted.
And permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
If you could just take the lamp out of its packaging and just show the jury. And the only suspected blood on that lamp was from the actual light bulb itself.
Yes, ma'am.
And that part was swabbed, and we have a swab that has already been admitted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, I want to turn your attention to states 28A through HH, and that should be in the first black notebook you have in the file on the folder on the inside. Do you recognize states 28A through HH?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are 28A through HH?
These are photographs I took of the master bedroom area in the home.
Do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of the master bedroom of the home?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
At this time, I'd move 28A through HH into evidence.
Any objection? No, they'll be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so in 28A, what do we see in this photo?
This is a photograph facing the back hallway door, and to the left, or actually it's a twin girls' room, and to the right is the master bedroom.
Okay, so this bedroom here on the right is the master bedroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you see looking at the entrance of the master bedroom?
There's paperwork on the floor there in the entranceway.
Okay. And what do we see in 28B?
This was me standing inside of the twins' room, taking a picture of the front of the entrance into the master bedroom. So that's just what you see when you're looking inside the master.
Do you see any suspected blood anywhere on the door frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you show it to us?
It's right here.
All right, and then 28C, above that second hinge in the door frame, is this a close-up of that suspected blood?
It's a mid-range photograph of it. Yes, it's getting closer in, showing the actual location of where the blood was, and that it was suspected blood.
And how did you process the suspected blood?
I documented it and then collected a swab of it as well.
I'm going to turn your attention to states 29. Do you recognize states 29?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is states 29?
This is the swab that I collected of the door frame area in the master bedroom.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
At this time, I move states 29 into evidence.
Any objection? No, your 29 will be admitted.
All right. And in 28D, is this a photo of the suspected blood on the door frame once you swabbed and marked it?
Before I swabbed it, but after it was marked, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what do we see here in the next photo?
It's just another photograph of the inside as I'm making my way into the master bedroom.
And in 28F?
I walked completely down through the hallway, and I'm at the end, I'm sorry, not the hallway, but completely through the master bedroom. And I'm at the end, the other opposite end of the master bedroom, taking a picture looking out into the hallway.
I guess, and is the purpose of all these pictures, you're just trying to get as many angles as you can?
Yes, to show everything in its location as it was.
And were these all the photos that you took that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are these photos, though, of several different angles from every room and photos of every item that you collected?
Yes, ma'am, so far, yes.
Okay. Looking at states 28G, what do we see in states 28G?
I have an evidence marker 10, and it's hard to tell. There are a lot of stains on the floor. But it was an earring that I collected. It was a hoop type earring that I located and collected that was on the floor right by the entrance door of the master.
Okay, and this would be kind of near that paperwork that you pointed out to us earlier?
Yes, ma'am. That's actually the paperwork right here.
You mentioned stains on the floor. Is there any suspected blood in this photo?
No, ma'am.
Okay, do these appear to be old stains?
There were several stains throughout the house. I just attributed it to having children in the home, so they did appear. I couldn't date them necessarily, but they didn't appear to be blood to me at all.
Okay, did they appear to have any evidentiary value to you for this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and that was throughout the carpet on the home these stains existed?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to states 30. What is states 30?
This is the silver, it says it's a bracelet, I'm sorry. Misspoken with the earring. It says it's a silver tone bracelet from the bedroom, the master bedroom floor.
Okay, and if you could open it and let us know whether it's in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it.
So open it or just look at it, I'm sorry.
You can open it.
Okay. It is in the same condition as I left it. And it appears to be a bracelet.
Okay. At this time, I would move states 20, 30 into evidence.
Any objection to 30? No, Your Honor. 30 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, looking next at 28H. Can you tell us what you see here?
There are evidence markers where I collected evidence that I located in her master bedroom. One is a purse that was emptied out on the floor, and on the bed, my evidence marker 11 are items that I believe were in the contents of that actual purse.
Okay, the purse you're talking about is right here below the bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the items are up on top of the bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at 28I. Looking at 28I, did you try to take a picture of, like a close-up picture of some of the items?
That's an overall, yes, ma'am, of the items that were located on the bed. So I was trying to zoom in just so you could actually see the bed area and what was there.
Okay, and our next picture, 28J, is that one end of the items?
It is. It's getting closer in so you can see specifically what the items are.
Okay, and the other end?
Yes, ma'am.
And 28L, an overview from the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
In these items, what are some specific things that you noticed, starting over here on the right side of the photo?
Well, there's a wallet, a multicolored wallet on the right side of the photo. There's also several cards, different kinds of credit cards, and paperwork things. There were bank statements and different miscellaneous papers like that, or bank issues.
Okay. A lighter, was that among the contents of the purse too?
There was, on the other side, I believe, lip gloss or...
Was there a cell phone located on the bed?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect the contents of the purse aside from photographing it?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me whether you recognize states 31 should be to the box to your right on the ground?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you open states 31 and tell us whether it's in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it that day?
It does appear to be in the substantially same condition as when it was impounded. And the items are in, there's
Okay.
a bunch of different paper and credit card items, the lip gloss, and this is the actual wallet. It was just separated, but
Okay.
placed inside the bag.
And does that appear to be in the same condition as when you discovered and when you impounded it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would move states 31 into evidence.
The objection, number 31 will be admitted without objection.
Okay. And permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
Okay, so looking at states 31, this is kind of a bag of all of the different items that were located in the purse.
Yes, ma'am, or on the bed.
On the bed, sorry. Aside from the wallet, it's packaged separately.
It is.
All right, looking at states 28M, what do we see here?
That is a photograph of the purse that was located on the floor in the master bedroom that I collected.
And did you actually collect the purse in this case as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you turn your attention to states 32? Should be on the ground to your left.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind opening states 32? Can you tell us what states 32 is and whether it's in the same condition as it was when you impounded it?
This is the purse that I collected on the master bedroom floor. And it is in the same condition.
This time I'd move states 32 into evidence.
The objection, number 32 will be admitted.
Okay, if you could just set that aside and show it to the jury in a second. I want to turn your attention to states 33, the other item on the floor next to you.
Yes, ma'am.
What is states 33?
It's a white corded phone that was on the floor in the master bedroom.
All right, looking at states 28 in this photo here, where do you see that phone?
It's right here.
And 28O, this is a close-up of the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you notice about the phone?
The phone, the cord had been, it appeared to have been ripped out of the phone jack in the wall.
Can you show us
Here.
where the phone jack is with your laser?
It's right here. The plastic piece that you plug in for the phone was still inside of the wall there, and it appeared to have been separated from the cord there.
Okay. And is this a close-up of the cord?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, and 28Q, this is a photo of the phone after you marked that you collected it.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see here over on the wall next to the phone? What's that?
There's a large black section that kind of went from the phone jack area down the wall, and we weren't necessarily sure what it was. I believed it could have been possibly from a shoe, if a shoe had kicked the wall and you make a scuff mark. So we ended up documenting and collecting that piece of wall as well, just in case we need any further examination.
If you would open State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 33?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
It's the phone that I located on the floor in the master.
What you're seeing there, is it in the same or the substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I would move 33 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Okay. And did you collect some items of evidence from the phone cord, and the phone cradle?
I did, yes, ma'am. I collected swabs of the different areas of the phone for any kind of touch DNA purposes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to states 34, 35, and 36 in your notebook.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those three items?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are the swabs that I collected of the phone.
Do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Okay, at this time I would move 34, 35, and 36 into evidence.
Any objection? 34, 35, and 36 will be admitted.
All right, looking at our next photo, 28S. Do you recognize 28S?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We see a 13 marker and the phone removed. What is the 41 marker? What does that show you? Or what did you find in that area?
I believe there was a gold tone earring that was located on the floor in that area.
Okay, did you collect the earring?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize states 38?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize states 38 to be?
That's the earring that I collected on the floor in the master.
Do you mind opening it and letting us know whether it's in the same condition as when you impounded it?
It appears to be in the same condition. And it's there, yes, ma'am.
Okay. This time I would move states 38 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
What do we see here in 28T?
That was the bed sheet in the master bedroom area, and I located what appeared to be suspected blood. And so that was my evidence, my scale marker, before I collected a swab of that area on the bed sheet.
Okay, and do you see states 37 in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is states 37?
That's the swab that I collected off the bed sheet in the master bedroom.
Okay, so that's the swab of the suspected blood right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
I'd like to move 37 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? 37 will be admitted.
All right, turning your attention to states 28U. Did you find some items of evidence on top of the entertainment center?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And did you mark those with evidence markers?
I did.
All right. What did you find on top of the entertainment center?
There was a cigar that I located in an ashtray, and there was also what I believe to be a marijuana cigarette in the ashtray as well.
Okay, and did you collect both of those items?
I did.
Do you recognize states 40 and 41 in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are states 40 and 41?
These are the cigar and the suspected marijuana cigarette that were located on that TV stand.
And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
They do.
This time I would move 40 and 41 into evidence.
Any objection? 40 and 41 will be admitted.
Did you also find a few letters in the bedroom?
I did. Yes, ma'am, in the same area. on the
Okay,
TV stand.
and can you tell us whether you recognize 39A, states 39A?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize 39A to be?
Those are the letters from the TV stand that I collected from the master bedroom.
Do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
This time I would move 39A into evidence.
Is there just a 39, or is there a 39A and B?
There's a 39A through this witness, and 39B will be from our next witness.
Okay. Any objection to 39A? No, Your Honor. To be admitted?
Looking at our next photo, 28V. What do we see here in 28V?
This is a photograph of the window, of one of the windows in the master bedroom. There appeared to be a suspected gunshot hole through the window, and it went in through the blinds as well.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's an entrance hole?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 28W?
That's more documentation that shows, I just moved the blind out of the way to show the hole that was actually in the window, and that's the inside of the master bedroom window, and it's just documented with the letter A on the
Okay, so
window.
the bullet would have entered the blind and then exited through
The window.
actual window?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about 28X?
That's a photograph of the outside of that master bedroom window, showing the exit of the bullet hole. And that's just a closer up image of it with a scale, and I documented that hole as letter A.
Is this an even closer photo?
It is, yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 28AA?
That's a photograph where I placed the trajectory rod through that suspected bullet hole.
Okay, so here we have the bed. To the left of the bed, the entertainment center with the items that we just moved into evidence, and then the trajectory rod is at the top of this window right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm looking at 28BB. Is this the trajectory rod from the opposite angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at 28CC, is this at the bed looking toward what would be the right wall of the room?
The TV stand, that's the wall where the TV stand was.
Okay.
That's facing, sorry.
And what can you tell us about the trajectory of the bullet that went through the master bedroom window?
It appeared to be at an upward angle, so it was going from down to up, and you can kind of tell just trying to get the angles of the rod, you can see how it's going at an upward angle out the window.
And then 28 DD?
That's a photograph of the trajectory rod I took from outside of the home.
And so when you push the rod through each hole, this shows that the bullet was going up.
At an upward angle, yes ma'am.
Okay. And 28 EE, that's the trajectory rod from the side on the exterior of the home.
Yes ma'am, I just turned to the side to take the picture of the rod.
And what about 28 FF?
It's the opposite side.
28 GG, what do we have in this photo?
This is a photo of the master bedroom that's leading into the master bathroom area. And there's an evidence marker on the ground there where I located what appeared to be suspected blood on the carpet area.
And then 28 HH?
That's just an over or mid-range picture of the item that I was swabbing for evidence.
I'm going to turn your attention to states 42. Do you recognize states 42?
I do.
And what is states 42?
It's the swab that I collected of that area in the master bedroom leading into the bath.
So that's the swab here that you marked with the marker 14.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that swab appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
Okay. Did these other stains around that suspected blood, were those also suspected blood?
No, ma'am. Not that I believe.
Okay. Those were the stains that were consistent with staining throughout the carpet in the home you talked to us about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I'd ask permission to publish states 32, 33, and 39A just by showing quickly to the jury since they'll have it in the jury deliberation room for inspection. like to next turn your attention to states 43, A through W.
Sorry, was 42 admitted? No.
I'd offer states 42 into evidence. That
Any
was
objection? There. 42 will be admitted.
okay. Do you recognize states 43, A through W?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are the photographs I took of the master bathroom area.
Are they true and accurate depictions of how the master bath appeared that day?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move states 43, A through W into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. They'll be admitted.
Permission to publish?
No.
All right, looking here at 43A, what do we see in 43A?
That's the door entrance into the master bathroom, but it's also the carpet areas from the master bedroom.
And is this just on the other side of the suspected blood spatter we saw that was State's Exhibit 42 that you swapped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on entering the bathroom, what do you see here on the bottom of the door, 43A?
It was similar to what I saw by the phone jack on the wall in the master bedroom area, so I wasn't sure if it was some kind of kicking or like a scuff mark from a shoe or something, so it was documented as well.
Okay, you don't know when that was left?
No, ma'am, or what it was.
Looking at 43B, what do we see in 43B?
That's the inside view into the master bathroom area. So you have the original door to the master bath, and the door right behind it is a toilet closet where they had a toilet seat and a door to that area.
And did you look for, or did you collect any items of evidentiary value from the doors themselves?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what would that be?
I collected sterile swabs of the door handle to the master bathroom area and the toilet closet door area, the interior and exterior door handles.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to states 44 and 45.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize states 44 and 45?
I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
These are the swabs of the exterior master bathroom door handle and the toilet closet door handle.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay, at this time I'd move 44 and 45 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 44 and 45 will be admitted.
Looking at 43C, what do we see in 43C?
I took a photograph on the side where you can see the countertops in the master bathroom and the items that were located on the countertops.
Did you collect any items of evidence from the faucets there in the master bathroom?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I took a swab of the faucet handle.
Okay, of both faucet handles?
I believe so.
And can I turn your attention
did.
to states 46 and 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize 46 and 47?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are the swabs of the faucet handles in the master bathroom area.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
This time I move 46 and 47 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 46 and 47 will be admitted.
What did you collect from the actual countertop?
There was a piece of hair, a piece of a wig that was located on the countertop area there that I photographed and collected as well.
And what did you notice about this piece of hair when you compared it to the hair that was actually on Miss Peters?
It appeared to be the same color, so I collected that because that was the hair that it was similar to what was located on her head.
Okay. And do you recognize states 48?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is states 48?
That's the piece of hair from the countertop in the master bathroom.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, or I'm sorry, as when you impounded it into evidence?
Yes.
At this time, I move states 48 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 48 will be admitted.
All right, what are we looking at here in 43D?
This was the photograph I took on the actual, the shower area, the frame. It was all glass doors, and the very far left area here, all of that glass was shattered, it was cracked. So there appeared to be a suspected bullet hole that went into the frame, so that's what I was documenting. And there's also glass on the floor, on that towel.
I'm looking at 43E, is this an up-close view of the towel?
It is.
43F, what do we see here?
Here you can see where there's shards of the glass from the sink, or from the broken glass pieces on the shower. And there was also a projectile that was located right there on the towel.
And then 43H, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is a photograph of the indentation where I believe that the bullet actually hit. And I have a scale marker with the letter H showing the area.
Okay. And looking at 43G,
That's a further out picture where it's showing my evidence markers for the projectile. For both projectiles, there are actually two located in that master bathroom area, and then the scale on the frame.
okay, so here, this little white marker, that shows where the indentation was, where the bullet hit and then bounced off, and where it's located, where when you found it on the towel with marker 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was another projectile found. Can you show us where that is in this photo?
It is where my evidence marker 16 is, here.
And this is a close-up of the first projectile that was located below the shower, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the projectile that was found that you marked with 16. And this is 43J. Is this an up-close view of that projectile?
It is.
Okay. And what we're looking at, is it resting on the ground right here?
It is.
So this would be like the molding in the wall?
I believe, yes, that's a baseboard on the bottom of the bathroom.
Okay. What do we see in 43K?
That's after I actually closed the door of the toilet room area, and there's a suspected bullet entry hole right here.
And what do you see in the next photo? Oh, sorry. Let me zoom out for you. Give you a little more perspective.
Okay. That appears to be the inside of that door, of the toilet room door, and that would be the exit hole.
Okay, so what do we see over here on the side of the screen?
That is the master bathroom door to the main bathroom area.
Okay, so that's the outside of the master bedroom door, and this is the inside of the toilet room door.
That's outside of the master bathroom door, and then the inside of the toilet door.
Okay, so this would be the exit hole of that bullet.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. (43M), is this where you marked with the scale the entry hole of the bullet?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in 43N, this would be the exit hole of the bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do to try to determine the path of this bullet or its trajectory?
I placed trajectory rods in that bullet hole as well.
And in 43O, do we see your trajectory rod?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this photo, we're looking at the outside of the toilet room door, correct?
Yes, the door was closed.
43P.
Is a side angle view I took of the trajectory rod, so you can see that it was at a downward angle. It also appeared to have gone from the left side to the right side.
Okay, so the trajectory of this bullet was from left to right and downward.
And downward, yes ma'am.
In our next photo, 43Q, did you take this photo, I guess, to show the trajectory from inside the master bedroom?
We're just getting further back in angle of it because it's so tight in that area right there to take the picture, so I came out to an open area so you could actually see from further away the trajectory of it.
Okay. And does this picture show the trajectory rod from both sides?
It does, so that way you can see the downward angle as it goes into the bathroom area, the toilet, I'm sorry.
And 43S, was this from above the toilet looking down at the trajectory rod?
This was.
What do we see in 43U?
Is the photograph before I placed the evidence marker showing the projectile on the floor right here.
And in 43B, was this after you put down your evidence markers?
It is.
All right. What's there at the bottom of the toilet? Why is there an evidence marker there? Or why is there a scale there?
So when I did the dowel rods, and as you saw, when I was standing on top of the toilet area, and you can see it was at a downward angle, I noticed an indentation in the toilet right here, which lined up with the trajectory rod. And I believe that the bullet actually hit the toilet area and bounced off. And that's where it was located here. But I believe it hit there. And so that's what I was documenting, the damage to the toilet.
So it would have come left to right at a downward angle, ricocheted, or bounced off of the bottom of that porcelain toilet and ended up right there at the bottom of the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 43W?
That was the bathroom window. It was kind of tucked away behind those two doors when they're open. So there was a curtain, a red curtain, that was hanging over it that we moved, but it's a photograph showing the window is unlocked.
Okay. Were there any other unlocked windows in the residence?
No.
Did you see any other damage to the inside of the window?
No. No,
What
ma'am.
about the outside of the window?
There's no damage to the outside of the window, but the screen to the window was damaged.
And did you look for latent fingerprints in the bathroom and, well, really in the entire house?
I did process several areas of the home for latent fingerprints. One of them was the master bathroom window. I did the interior and exterior window and the windowsill on the interior for latent fingerprints.
And when we say latent fingerprints, what do we mean?
Essentially, a latent fingerprint is something that's invisible to the naked eye, so it requires some kind of processing in order to see it. So when you touch an item and leave your fingerprints, I process it with different kinds of powders or chemicals or dyes to try to get them to be visible to the naked eye. So when I processed for the invisible fingerprints, essentially, I used bichromatic powder at the home here to look for fingerprints.
Did you find any latent fingerprints in the master bathroom?
I did not.
Is it unusual to not find a latent fingerprint in a room that someone regularly uses every day?
It's not unusual not to find them. I mean, there's several reasons why you wouldn't have latent fingerprints.
Why?
It could be the texture of the surface that you're touching. And like if you touch fabric, clearly you're not going to leave it. Essentially what you leave when you leave a fingerprint, is the sweat and oils from your hands that you can't just naturally produce sweat through your pores. So when you're touching something, if you're touching it onto a surface that's not going to adhere to it, you wouldn't leave fingerprints. If you were wearing gloves, you wouldn't leave fingerprints. If they've been touched over and over and over again, you're kind of just covering over your prints, and after a long time, if it's been cleaned, you wipe it away. I could go on and on. There's several reasons.
Safe to say, though, you don't leave a fingerprint every time you touch something, even if it's a hard surface.
No, ma'am.
All right, and if I touch something and I move my finger, would that necessarily leave a fingerprint that you could compare to anything else?
Not a comparative one necessarily. Yeah, you could smear it and then it's just a smudge.
Okay. I want to ask you about State's Exhibit 49 and 50.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize 49 and 50?
I do.
And what are 49 and 50?
These are the 2 projectiles that I located in the master bathroom that I collected.
Do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They do, yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you could open them for us. At this time, I would move 49 and 50 into evidence, Judge.
Any objection? 49 and 50 will be admitted.
And permission to publish to the jury. All right, so looking first at States 50, or let me start with this one. Looking first at States 49, this is the projectile that you found below the shower, on top of the tower.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other item in here is this a swab of the projectile?
I believe that was taken by FDLE.
I believe it was what?
I'm sorry, taken by FDLE.
All right, so State's Exhibit 50 that you have marked in the photos is 16. This is the projectile found on the ground in the toilet room next to the wall.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could approach Judge and retrieve the evidence.
I probably should say, they've been using gloves to handle things. That's just standard process. That's not something special for this case. That's what they do in all cases when the items may contain blood.
All right, Ms. Williams, I want to turn your attention to States 51A through E. Do you recognize States 51A through E?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize States 51A through E to be?
These are the photographs I took of the twin girls' bedroom.
Do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of the twin girls' bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move 51A through E into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 51A through E will be admitted.
first at 51A. What do we see in this photo?
This is just a photo of me standing in the hallway as you enter into the twin girls' bedroom.
And in 51B?
It's just a different angle as I'm working my way into the room. You can see the beds for the girls and a TV stand area.
51C?
Is once I'm in the room taking the side angle of the beds for the girls.
51D?
Is from the other side where I'm standing where the window was on the opposite side of the beds and taking a picture of the closet area and the floor.
And then 51E?
Is just showing the TV stand area and the television that was on in the girls' bedroom.
Obviously, you've never been in this room before, but did it appear ransacked or like anything like that?
It didn't appear to be so, no ma'am.
Did the girls, was there anything of evidentiary value found in the room?
I didn't locate anything of evidentiary value in the girls' room.
So no suspected blood or anything like that?
No ma'am.
All right, turning your attention next to states 52A through G. Can you tell me if you recognize those items?
Yes ma'am, I do.
Okay, what are those?
These are the photographs I took of Javante Segura's bedroom, the little boy.
And are they true and accurate depictions of Javante Segura's room?
Yes ma'am.
This time I would move 52A through G into evidence.
Any objection? There you go. Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Let's start with 52A. What do we see here?
This is a photograph of the entryway into Javante's bedroom.
And in 52B?
Is a photograph I took. There was a sign with his name on the door there, and I was just documenting what the sign said.
And what do we see here in 52C on the bottom of the door?
This is suspected blood spatter that was located on the bottom area of the door to his bedroom.
And in the photos that we saw earlier in the hallway, there was also suspected blood on the side of his room, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The side of his room.
On the wall right next to his room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the wall in the linen closet on the other side of his room as well?
Yes, ma'am, to the right of his room.
Okay. What did you do with the suspected blood that you found on the bottom of Javante Segura's room door?
I documented the areas and collected swabs of some of the areas on his bedroom door.
And can we see your markers here in 52D?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
And is this one closer view of one of the areas of suspected blood?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and that's 52E. All right, so I want to ask you about these two areas. Do you recognize states 53, 54, 55, and 56?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are 53 through 56?
These are swabs that I collected of suspected blood on his bedroom door.
Okay. And you collected swabs total from 4 different areas of suspected blood?
Yes, ma'am.
And was 1 on the door frame and 3 were from the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those swabs appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
This time I would move states 53 through 56 into evidence.
Any objection? No. 53 through 56 will be admitted.
I want to ask ask you about the suspected blood that you saw on the door. We talked about how there was blood on either side of the door on the wall, but when you when y'all initially entered the home, was this door open or closed?
It was open.
Okay. Would the door is the blood spatter on the door consistent with the door being opened or closed at the time that the blood spatter occurred?
It was consistent with the door being closed.
Why?
Because it was in the hallway. All of the suspected blood area we found was going down through the hallway from the master bedroom. So there was actually, because of the angle and because you can see there's so much of the blood spatter here that's going downward, if it happened with the door open, there should have been blood on the carpet floor in the bedroom there, and it wasn't. It was actually in the hallway on the floor. So I believe the door was closed at the time that the blood was shed onto the door.
Okay, yet it was open when you all entered the home.
Yes.
Was there any items of evidentiary value inside Javante's room? Was there any other suspected blood anywhere in his room?
No, ma'am.
What do we see in 52F?
This is just a photograph inside of Javante's room, and this is the door frame area right here. So as soon as you walk in, it was the bed area, and I was just documenting all around the bedroom.
And finally in 52G?
It's another angle of Javante's room.
All right, I want to turn your attention to States 57. Should be in the other notebook up there for you. In the folder. Do you recognize States 57A through G?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of the hallway bathroom.
And are they true and accurate depictions of the hallway bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I would move States 57A through G into evidence.
Any objection? No, to be admitted?
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so we looked at the hallway, we went into the master bedroom, we went into the twins' room, to Javante's room, which is across from the hallway bathroom. And what are we looking at here in 57A?
It's a photograph of the hallway bathroom, looking in from the back of the hallway. The back of the hallway, I'm sorry, in the living room area.
Okay, and in 57B?
This is an area of suspected blood that was on the door frame of that hallway bathroom.
And did you take a swab of that blood?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I want to turn your attention to States 58. Do you recognize States 58?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize States 58 to be?
That is the swab of suspected blood that I took from that area.
And is that swab and the packaging in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I'd move 58 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 58 will be admitted.
I also want to ask you about one item that we saw in 57A. I apologize. Looking here at this rug, what do you see on the rug?
There was an area of suspected blood on the rug that I evidence markered and later took a swab of as well.
Okay, and States 59, do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the swab of the suspected blood I took from the rug in that common area bathroom.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you placed it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
This time I'd move 59 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, you're.
Could be admitted.
And this is right across from where you found that lamp, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what do we see here in the bottom of the photo? Oh, sorry. I can see it, you can't. What do we see here in the bottom of the photo?
That's the pink slipper that was located just outside of the bathroom.
Does that appear to be a child's slipper or a grown woman's slipper?
It was a very small slipper.
Looking in the bathroom, 57C, did you collect any items of evidence from the sink faucet area?
I did.
And what was that?
I collected swabs of the sink faucet itself, and there was also suspected blood located inside the sink.
Okay, and I want to turn your attention to State 61.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize State 61?
I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is a swab of the sink faucet handle that I collected from the bathroom.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move 61 into evidence.
Any objection? Did we skip 60?
I'll come back to it.
Okay, just want to make sure I was, didn't miss it.
Yes, sir. Oh, and I also wanted to ask you 57C, what position is the toilet in right now?
Both of the seats are up.
Was it in that condition when you found it?
Yes.
All right, looking at 57D, I want to talk to you about the evidence that you collected from the bathtub itself and from the children.
Okay.
From the child with the white sandals, did you collect any evidence from any clothing on her person?
I collected a swab of her left hand that was sticking out of the bathtub. You can see it on the soap bar there.
Okay. And the hand that we're talking about is right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what about any other items that she was wearing?
All of her clothing was collected at autopsy, but there was nothing else that I collected
Okay.
off
And
of her.
what about here in the bathtub? Did you collect any other items of evidence from the bathtub?
I did. I swabbed several areas of the bathtub, the faucet, the handle.
Do we see that here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where else?
There was also the grab bar. I called it a grab bar. I wasn't sure. Here in the bathtub as well.
Okay. And did you take a couple of perspective shots? I don't want to spend up. This is where her hand was resting.
It was.
Okay. And then looking at this portion where the grab bar is, what do we see here?
That was an area of suspected blood that I located just above that grab bar handle that I photographed and documented and collected a swab of as well.
Okay. And in 57G?
That's a picture where I actually put a scale into that area of the suspected blood before I swabbed it.
All right, so I want to first ask you about State's Exhibit 60.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 60?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 60?
This was a swab of the left hand of the young lady I took in the bathtub.
Okay, and did you label that swab as child with white sandals?
I did.
Okay, and is that because the child with white sandals was the child that was on top?
Yes, at the time we didn't know which one of the girls was on top, so we just documented that I collected in the bathroom area.
Let's start with 63. What did you take a swab of in the bathtub of 63?
The grab bar that I showed in the photographs.
Okay, and is that swab in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move 63 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 63 will be admitted.
Okay, and 64, you told us you took a swab of the toilet. What area of the toilet did you swab?
For 64, it was the bottom lip to the toilet seat.
Okay, and is that swab in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move 64 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Did you take any other swabs of the toilet?
I did, of the flush handle where you flush.
Okay, and is that State's Exhibit 65?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and is 65 in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
You showed us the suspected blood on the back of the tub, on the wall of the tub. Is 66 that swab?
It is, yes, ma'am.
And is that one in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
I want to go back
So we
to,
have 62, 65, and 66 outstanding.
I'd move 62, 65, and 66 into evidence.
Is there any objection? No, Your Honor. They'll be admitted.
Okay. Moving on to 67. What did you do as far as processing that common bathroom, the door of that bathroom?
I collected sterile swabs of the exterior and interior door handles of that hall bathroom.
Okay, and what about the light switch? Did you take a swab of that as well?
I did.
Okay, and 67, 68, and 69, do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what do you recognize those items to be?
These are the swabs of the exterior and interior door handle and the light switch of the hallway bathroom.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also look for, I moved 67 through 69 into evidence at this
Any
time.
objection? No, Your Honor. They'll be admitted.
Okay. Did you also look for the latent fingerprints we talked about earlier? Did you also look here in the common bathroom for those?
I did.
Okay. Did you find any latent fingerprints?
I did.
Okay. Where were they?
There were several leads located in the bathtub area on the faucet and the wall, that back wall of the bathtub area.
And just because you find a latent fingerprint, I think you talked to us a little bit about, or talked to us about this earlier a little bit, but just because you find a latent fingerprint, does that always mean that it is suitable to compare to known fingerprints of a person?
No.
Why not?
Well, what we do is we collect anything that we see essentially with any kind of ridge detail. All of the fingers and palms and the soles of your feet and your toes contain ridge detail. If you kind of look closely, it's for gripping mechanisms for us as humans. And so we look when we process for fingerprints, we're looking for ridge detail. So I processed the whole scene, and any kind of ridge detail I found was collected, and then you actually take a microscope and look under, or a magnifier glass, to determine whether or not they're of value for comparison. And what that means is sometimes you can have some friction ridge detail that there's just not enough information for you to come to a determination that it is or isn't somebody. So at the time, I collected anything that I noticed that had any kind of ridge detail or looked anything like a fingerprint. And when we got back to the forensic unit, and they were actually looked at and determined some of them were not of value and some of them were.
Did you find any latent fingerprints of value in the common bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was it located?
On the faucet in the bathtub.
Okay. Were you able to try to compare that fingerprint to Brandy Peters' fingerprints?
The fingerprint was compared to Brandy Peters' palm.
Okay, and what were the results?
An identification was made, and I verified that identification.
Okay. How did you do the comparison?
It didn't do the comparison.
Oh, I'm sorry. You verified the comparison.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how is the comparison done? By looking at that ridge detail?
Yes, ma'am. You had, in this particular case, we had Brandy Peters standards. So you had Brandy Peters palms, and you compared the palm, it was a palm. So you had her palm in the latent, and you go back and forth to determine if all of the information in that latent matches the information in her palm, and all of it did.
And fingerprints are unique to each individual person, even twins, they have their own fingerprints, correct?
That's, so far, no one's been able to find two people with the same fingerprint.
Okay, so the only latent fingerprint of value, the only one that you found that could be compared to anyone else, was a match for Brandy Peters, who lived in the home.
The one in the bathtub was, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to move on to states 70A through TTT. If you look through those exhibits and let me know if you recognize them.
Why don't we take a short break here? Keep everybody attentive. Let's take, I know 10 minutes, probably about the least we can do, get in and out of the bathroom. We'll take 10 minutes. Either side, anything?
No.
report file, please. All right, let's have a jury, please.
Your Honor, beforehand, we anticipate this will be the last witness of the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, that record, please.
Jury in the courtroom.
Everybody be seated. You may proceed.
This time, I'd ask to publish 70A through FFF. Okay, so moving on from the hallway, moving on from the common bathroom, the hallway bathroom, what do we see here in 70A?
So it's still a picture of the very end of the hallway where the lamp was located, and to the left of it is actually the living room area. So I'm going into the living room.
I'm looking at 70B.
I'm actually standing in the dining room area, so it's showing the couches that separated into a living and dining area, in that living area.
70C.
Is a different angle where I'm actually standing in the living room and taking a picture towards the hallway.
In 70D.
There's another picture of the side of the living room area facing towards the front door.
Now, were there any items of evidentiary value that were found over here towards where the artificial tree and mirror are?
There were, yes ma'am.
And what was that?
There was a suspected bullet hole, or an indent of a bullet in the wall area. It was a lower wall area here. And a projectile was located on the floor in that rug area over here.
I'm looking at 70E. What do you see here in this photo?
This is a photograph I took of the suspected indent of the bullet right here.
Okay. And can you show us where in 70D or about where that is?
It's in this area over here.
And is this that 70F, is that the indentation from the side angle?
It is. The indentation is actually over here.
And in 70G, is this the indentation after you put an evidence marker on it?
It is.
And the indentation a little closer?
Yes, ma'am.
So the bullet that hit this wall, it didn't go through the drywall. It
penetrated it a little bit, ricocheted off?
It appeared to, yes ma'am, because I found the projectile on the carpet.
Okay, and in 70H, what does this show?
That's showing the evidence marker 38 where I actually located the projectile.
And where was the projectile found?
That's it right there.
Okay. And did you collect the projectile?
I did, yes ma'am.
Can you find state 71 in your notebook, please?
Yes ma'am.
And do you recognize state 71?
I do.
Is state 71 in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded that package into evidence?
It is, yes ma'am.
This time I would move 71 into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Okay. And permission to publish 71?
You may.
Could you open 71 for us?
Yes ma'am.
Looking at 70I. What do we see in 70I?
It's a picture I took of the living room area that's showing part of the foyer and front door area.
And what do you see on the couch?
There were items, children's items, children's books, and there's also a child's shoe on the floor. What I located was a large area of what I appeared to be suspected blood on this middle cushion right here, so I'm working my way into the photographs to show that suspected blood.
And 70J?
Is a different angle of that same couch area that's showing all the children items on the floor and to the side of that cushion.
And the children items looks like a Spider-Man backpack, a slipper, a pencil case, and a book up here.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 70L?
It's a closer up image of the suspected blood area that I found on the cushion. That's that middle cushion in the couch, and this was the area. They took several pictures of it. It was hard with the black leather for it to show, but you can see some of the area there.
And on 70M? What do we see in 70M?
I put a scale onto that couch cushion, and that's a picture of the scale that I put in the photograph.
Okay, and that scale marks where the suspected blood is located on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's black, it's kind of hard to see.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the children's book we were talking about right next to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about 70O?
It's just another picture where I'm standing in the dining area, taking a picture on the side of the living room, but going towards the foyer.
And the couch that's closest to us right here, that's the couch that you took the swab the suspected blood off the cushion from?
Yes, ma'am.
And where the children's book is located?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would the projectile be if we're looking at it from this angle?
The projectile, the indent on the wall, the projectile was on the floor here, and the indent on the wall is over here.
Okay. And if we're facing the mirror in this photo, turning to the left, what part of the house are we looking at now?
This is towards the front entry door. This is actually the front entry door to the home, and that's the foyer area.
And this is one of the last areas that you processed in the home?
Yes, ma'am, aside from the kitchen.
All right, looking at the foyer, did you try to take several pictures to try to capture every wall or every part of the foyer?
Oh, I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you see here in 70Q?
I'm just documenting the damage to the door, the window area to the door, and all of the blood spatter. Well, trying to get around all the different areas of the foyer area.
Okay. In 70R, trying to get a photo of more of the door, less of the wall in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. Just working my way around that area.
Okay, and the way we see Miss Peters in this photo, that's the way that you found her that day?
I can't see her. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right, in 70S, what do we see in this photo?
It's just a photograph showing that there were items on the floor near her body as well. There appeared to be a tree, a fake plant that was toppled over. There's a shovel in the picture as well, and just her body.
Okay, what do you see next to the shovel?
I believe that appears to be hair. I don't actually know for sure.
Okay. Looking back on some of our items of evidence, can you locate state 72?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is state 72?
That's a swab of the suspected blood I took from the cushion, the middle cushion on the couch in the living room area.
Okay, and is that swab in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that was the suspected blood right here next to the book on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This time I move state 62 into evidence.
72.
72 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 72 will be admitted.
All right, and in 70T, what do we see in the foyer now?
The foyer, we have removed Brandy Peters' body, and you can see there's just the suspected blood areas all in the foyer area, and there's also scales that I have laid down of where I was going to collect evidence in these sections.
Okay, and how were her and the children's bodies removed?
The children's bodies, myself and my supervisor, Joanne Maltese, from the bathtub, we started by taking a temperature of the bathtub before we disturbed the bodies at all. So I did a temperature reading of the bathtub. I took a water sample of the bathtub as well, and then individually we took for the children, we took the children out one by one and put them in a sterile body bag. And then we moved them into the dining area because it was one of the areas where there didn't seem to be any suspected blood or evidentiary value that we collected. So that's where we photographed them and documented the children. We did the same for Brandy Peters. I took a gunshot residue test kit of her hands while she was in the foyer, but there was extensive damage to her face and her hands, and I wanted to be able to collect swabs of her hands and scrapings of her nails, and we didn't want to disturb the foyer area. So myself and forensic specialist Vernon Henderson moved her body as well. We lifted her and put her in a sterile body bag and moved her into the dining area where I processed her hands.
So we heard that you took a couple of measurements of that tub and of the water from that tub both before and after the children were in it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you said you also did a gunshot residue test on Ms. Peters on her hands. What is a gunshot residue test or a gunshot residue kit?
It's tubes that they have that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement gives us because they test it for gunshot residue. We don't actually do it at the police department. And so it's two little tubules. It's basically just kind of sticky material that we put on the front and the back of each hand, and it's supposed to collect any gunshot residue that should be left over if you fired a gun recently.
Moving on to some of the swabs that you collected from the living room.
Okay.
Looking at State's Exhibit 70U, is this another photo of the ground in the foyer after Mrs. Peters' body was removed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this is kind of when you guys begin trying to swab the different areas of the blood?
Yes.
What do you see here on the wall and in the on the bottom of the door?
Just lots of suspected blood.
Okay, and some glass over here.
Yes, ma'am.
70B. Is this the wall and the door?
It is. It's just higher up.
Okay. 70N.
Is going further up because there was suspected blood spatter all the way up into the window area above the door.
What about 70X?
This is a swab of one of the areas of blood that I located on the carpet, and that's just right outside the foyer area. That was near the tree that had fallen down in the living area.
Okay, I want to take you back to State 70S. Can you show us on this picture where the area of blood spatter that you swabbed is?
It's this area.
Okay. And so 70X is kind of an up-close view of that area.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this is your marker after you swabbed it?
It is. Prior to swabbing it.
Prior to swabbing, I apologize. All right, so looking at State 73, do you recognize State 73?
I do.
And what do you recognize State 73 to be?
This is a swab that I collected in the photograph that you're looking at.
And is 73 in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
This time I would move 73 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 73 will be admitted.
All right, what do we see in 70Y?
That's another item of suspected blood that I swabbed that was near the foyer area in the hallway, or not the hallway, I'm sorry. It's just the tile here in the foyer, and it's the carpet right outside of the foyer.
And is this area closer to the tile than the previous one was?
It is.
Well, what do you do when you have a crime scene to process in a foyer like this where there's so much blood spatter?
We document it all as best we can. Essentially, there was so much injury to her body, and you handle blood spatter in different ways depending on the crime scene you have. For the most part, we believed that all of this blood came from her. There's different types of scenes where you could have, if you know, like a suspect had shed blood or things like that in different areas where you could tell that it could be a different person. In this particular area, in this particular case, it appeared that all of the spatter and the blood came from Miss Peters.
Because of the extent of her injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I guess, did you just try to get a swab from each area of the foyer?
I did, yes.
Okay. All right, so looking at State 70Y, do you have a corresponding swab there in your notebook for this one? If you could turn your attention to State 73.
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and looking at State...
It's 74.
Oh, I apologize. State 74, thank you.
Yes.
And is 74 in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it and impounded it in evidence?
It is.
This time I would move 74 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 74 will be admitted.
What do we see in State 70Z?
This is a photograph of one of the several blood areas in the foyer. So it's actually a photograph of the tile in the foyer area after we removed Miss Peters' body. And the scale that I have in there is my evidence marker for a swab that I collected of that generalized blood area.
Okay, and looking at states 75, what do you recognize 75 to be?
That is the swab of the tile that I collected, the swab of suspected blood on the tile.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
Move state 76 into evidence, and 75 into evidence?
Any objection, 75?
No, Your Honor.
75 will be admitted.
Looking at 70 double A, what do you see in this photo?
It's a photograph of me standing in the dining room looking into the foyer area with a shovel in there and the tree as well.
And what did you do with this shovel?
The shovel I collected as evidence, and I also collected a swab of the handle of the shovel.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to states 77. Do you have 77 there in front of you?
I do.
And what is 77?
It's a swab of the handle of the shovel that I took.
Does the swab of the handle of the shovel appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Move 77 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 77 will be admitted.
And I want to now turn your attention to state 76. What is state 76, that large object?
This is the red shovel that I collected from the living room area.
And if you could open it for us, let us know if the packaging and if the shovel itself appears to be the same as it did when you collected and impounded it.
It appears to be in the same condition I found it.
I would move states 76 into evidence. I'm going to say 76 in evidence.
I'm sorry.
I'd move state 76 in evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 76 will be admitted.
And permission to publish. You mentioned that you swabbed the handle of that shovel. Did you see any suspected blood anywhere on the shovel?
No, I didn't. There didn't appear to be any blood on the shovel at all. We just did it as a precautionary measure before I collected it.
And that's on the handle or on the actual spade, I guess, itself?
It was the handle, the black part that you grabbed was where I swabbed it.
Okay. Did you see any suspected blood anywhere else on the shovel?
Oh, not at all on the shovel.
Okay. Or on the handle?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, moving on to states 70cc, what do we see in this photo?
This is another photograph of the foyer area. It was taken after the foyer was processed with a chemical, leucocrystal violet.
What's the name again?
It's Leuco, I believe it's Leuco.
What is leucocrystal violet? What does it do?
It's a chemical dye stain that reacts to the hemoglobins in your blood. My supervisor, Joanne Maltese, processed that area as well as the exterior of the home, the front exterior of the home with the chemical.
Okay, so she's the one that put the leucocrystal violet on there, but you were present when she did it.
I did, and I documented with the photographs. Sorry.
And again, this photo shows the entire ground of the foyer with the reagent as well as the areas that you swabbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, looking at 70DD, what do we see here?
This is after I processed the interior. This is the interior front door area. This is the broken window next to the door, or the broken glass area. So what we're looking at is after I processed that door for latent fingerprints, I was using black powder, bichromatic powder, and these were the results from the door. So, excuse me, I actually collected, I took a lift of this and photographed it ahead of time to show the area that I was lifting.
Okay, and 70EE, is this part of the tile after the reagent was applied?
It is.
Okay, we see that some measurements have been taken in different areas with some type of pattern, and you saw that there on scene that day?
I took the photograph, yes ma'am.
Okay, could this be from like a shoe that had walked through the scene?
I wasn't quite sure what it was. Originally, you can see just generally from where her body was, a lot of the areas in that foyer were just kind of smudged around, and it was very dark. So there wasn't any kind of pattern area. And this specific area here, I just documented it because there is some kind of pattern, and I didn't know what it was. But once you leave your crime scene, you kind of lose all of that evidence. So we took it. I took the photograph just to document it in case any time later it needed to be processed or try to determine what it was.
Can you say what it is at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, looking at 70GG, do you see several of those different patterns throughout the foyer?
I'm sorry, I
Do you
didn't.
see several of those different patterns and spots around the foyer?
There's just little sections, yes ma'am.
Okay, and you guys all processed this after officers came in, discovered her body, cleared the room, came through the foyer, correct?
Yes, we didn't, they did the entry to the house prior to us even being called to the scene.
Okay. I want to move on to states 70HH. What do we see in 70HH?
These are, that's my evidence item marker, 117. This was it's a row of gold teeth that I located on the floor in the foyer area that I believe belonged to Mrs. Peters.
And did you actually impound those teeth?
I did. Yes, ma'am, I collected them.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to 78, state 78.
Yes, ma'am.
What is 78?
These are the metal teeth that were taken from that foyer area.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected and counted them?
They are.
This time I moved 78 into evidence.
Any objections? There you go. 78 will be admitted.
And looking at 70II here, is this an up close of those teeth that you found?
It is, yes. Excuse me.
What do we see here in 70JJ?
So these are two other evidence markers that I put down. And in this particular area, there's a gold tone earring that I found on the floor. And over here was a piece of a acrylic fingernail that I collected as well.
And 70KK, a closer view of the earring.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually collect the earring?
I did.
Do you recognize state 79?
I do.
And what is 79?
That's the earring that I collected.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It is.
This time I move 79 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 79 will be admitted.
And 70 LL, what do we see here by your evidence marker?
This is the acrylic piece of nail that I located and collected that was on the ground in the foyer area.
And did you actually collect the acrylic nail as well?
I did.
The acrylic nail states Exhibit Exhibit 80. Do you recognize it to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you encountered it?
It does.
This time I move 80 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 80 will be admitted.
What do we see here in 70 NN?
This is a side of the foyer wall. If you're inside of the house facing the front door area, it's the right side. And after we did the chemical reagents and collected different areas of the suspected blood, I used yellow measuring tape. It's sticky tape that does measurements to go up along all of the walls in the foyer area in case any kind of blood spatter analysis needed to be done at a later date. So that way we could document the scale of the wall and they could determine how high up and how far over with different lengths. So that's my documentation photograph.
And in 70 NN, did you try to do that for every wall and the door?
I did, just because of the massive amount of blood spatter that was in that area. I documented all 3 of the walls with the scales in all 3 of the walls.
What type of processing did you do to the front door handle and lock?
I collected swabs of the front door handle.
Can you turn your attention to 81 and 82? What are State's Exhibit 81 and 82?
They are swabs of the interior, the front door handle, and of the deadbolt area.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you encountered them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
This time I move 81 and 82 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 81 and 82 will be admitted.
And those swabs were taken from the deadbolt and the handle we see here in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
From the interior of that door?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you about 70 SSS. What do we see here?
It appears to be a lot of the suspected blood spatter on the wall. If you're facing the door, it's to the left because of the light switches right here. Okay. And I have a scale that I placed in that area where I took a swab of suspected blood from that section.
So that was the area, that was the swab from this area that you chose to, I'm sorry, that was the suspected blood from this area that you chose to swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this an up-close view of that swab, of that suspected blood?
It is.
And can you turn your attention to 83, State's 83?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize State's 83?
I do.
And what is it?
That is the swab that I collected from the wall in the photograph there.
And it's in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
At this time I move 83 into evidence.
Any objection? No. 83 will be admitted.
What do we see in 70 PP?
That's the front door area, and there's also a scale in that area of the suspected blood that I was taking for the sample.
And is this an up-close view of that marker?
It is.
I'm looking at State's 84. Can you tell us what 84 is and whether it's in the same condition as it was when you impounded it?
States 84 is the swab that I collected from that section in the front door, and it is in the same condition. It appears to be in the same, or mostly the same condition.
Move 84 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 84 will be admitted.
All right, and looking at 70 RR. What do we see in this photo?
This is the right side wall again, but it's documenting the scale that I put in that shows the area of suspected blood that I swabbed.
Okay. And is 70 SS an up close view of that swab?
It's a closer in image, yes ma'am.
Closer. The next one, even closer?
Yes.
Even closer?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to turn your attention to 85. Do you recognize 85?
I do.
And what do you recognize 85 to be?
That is a swab of the photograph on the wall that I collected of the
It's in the
suspected
same
blood.
condition as it was when you impounded it?
It is.
Remove 85 into evidence?
Any objection? No. 85 will be admitted.
86 through 88 will be through our next witness, so moving on to 90. Looking at 90, what do you see here?
That's the exterior of the home. That's the front door, the outside of the front door area.
And did you collect any evidence from the front door handle of the home?
I did. I collected a swab of the front door handle.
Can you find State's Exhibit 90?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is State's 90?
That is a swab of the exterior front door handle that I collected.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
Move State's 90 into evidence?
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 90 will be admitted.
Okay, 70 VV, another view of the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any suspected blood on the door?
There is. It's kind of a little blurry.
Let's try
I was saying it was a little blurry. I thought you were going to ask me to.
the 70XX, the closer
Okay.
view.
Yes.
And this window that's busted out, did you photograph the glass on the ground?
I did.
Okay. What else is on the ground besides glass?
There appears to be suspected blood as well in the areas here, as well as over here and there.
And did you swab suspected blood both from the front door, the exterior of the front door and on the ground outside the front door?
I did.
All right, looking at 70YY, what is 70YY?
That's the swab of the suspected blood I took on the exterior of the front door.
Okay, can you find State's 91 in your notebook, please?
Yes. That is the swab of blood that I took from the exterior front door.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
Move 91 into evidence.
Any objection? No. 91 will be admitted.
Okay, looking at 70ZZ, what do we see here?
That's the scale, or the scale that I put in with the evidence number of the suspected blood swabs that I took, or the swab that I took of the ground outside of the front door area.
Okay, and do you have State's 92 there in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is State's 92?
It is that swab of the photograph, of the suspected blood in that photograph.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
Okay, looking at 70 AAA.
You wish to offer 92?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Any objection? No. 92 will be admitted.
70 AAA, what's happening here to the front door?
This just appears to be a picture of the front door open with after the leucocrystal violet has been processed with it as well.
And 70 BBB, y'all did the same measurements out here that you did inside the house?
On the foyer area, yes, I used a scale because there's suspected blood spatter on the side of the wall there, so I used the same measuring tape, the sticky measuring tape to go around that area of the blood spatter.
70 CCC, what do we see here?
There's an evidence marker that I placed on the siding outside of the exterior door where all the suspected blood spatter was, and I collected a swab of the suspected blood.
Okay, so all of the marks we see here, those were all suspected blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is an up-close view in 70 DDD of the suspected blood that you swabbed from that siding?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you turn your attention to State's 93?
Yes.
What is 93?
That's the swab of the suspected blood on the siding right there.
Okay. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It is.
And I'd move 93 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 93 will be admitted.
I have 2 last photos for you. In 70 EEE, what do we see here?
This is in the daytime, and this is showing the scale that I placed over the blood spatter areas of the siding there by the front door. The front door is actually to the left of your picture. So when you're walking towards the front door, it's to the right if you're standing facing the doors. Oh, there you go. And so it's showing the scale of the area of the suspected blood that was located on that siding.
Were y'all able to process this entire scene in one day?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what did y'all do when you left to go home every day to make sure that no one came in until you got back the next day?
The first day that I arrived on scene was earlier in the morning, and we left very, very late that night, and I evidence taped, you can actually see some of it here, every single door and window on the exterior of the home. I put evidence tape and initialed and dated it, and they had officers placed outside of the home overnight when we were gone, so that to make sure nobody else came in or disturbed the scene as well. And when I came back for the second time, I re-photographed all of the seals that were intact to show that nobody had entered the home through any of those areas, and took photo documentation to show that none of those seals were broken.
Okay. And all the seals were intact when you came back to the home?
Yes.
All right. Finally, looking at 70 FFF. So within these scales that show the height and the width of the blood spatter, we see some markings near your evidence marking. Did you make these markings?
I did not.
Okay, who made these markings?
My supervisor at the time, Joanne Maltese.
Okay. And around these markings, that's the blood spatter you talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, 94 is going to be in through our next witness.
Okay.
Would you like me to move on to the next room?
Will that cover her testimony?
No, sir, we have a little bit more. I would say maybe about 1 more hour, 45 more minutes.
We're not going to finish her then. Let's hope we can finish her, since I know she's from out of town now, but anyway. Maybe this would be a good time to take a break then. Does that suit the state?
Yes, sir.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You know what I'm going to say. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't read any media accounts. Don't let anybody talk to you about it. Let's keep everything good. 8:30 tomorrow morning, come up here like you did after lunch. Don't give us a heart attack, and 8:30 no one be here and we're wondering whether we've messed something up. If you have parking issues, take it up with the clerk. Well, is it a parking issue?
Question. For
For the witness? Yeah, we'll take up questions at the end, so just leave it in your notes. And, we can't really do it in between. You got some smart, good attorneys here. By and large, they're going to cover everything, so give them a chance, and then if they've missed something at the end, we'll cover it with them. Okay? Anybody have any questions? What's expected of you? Just leave your notes where they are. They'll seal them up for the night. Have a good evening. Close it, we could finish.
I think they did too much. Yeah, they didn't book my flight till tomorrow evening. So
What's that?
they didn't book my flight till tomorrow evening. So you got me all day.
Okay. Either side, have anything we need to take up?
No, Your Honor. They are.
All right, we'll see y'all at 8:30.
You're sort of late. That's fine, yeah, I just want to leave them. Do you want me to leave the pointers?
Yes.
And the scissors? This is trash. Perfect. And there's the lamp is still here too.
Two copies of evidence. And you weren't talking about changing